central PA dock and door. We just treat people the way we would want to be treated. We're family here. We care about our employees. We're a team, and we all pitch in. Our showroom has everything you need to choose the door that's right for you. We have the door imagination system, 8 full-size garage doors on display, as well as the area's largest inventory of parts. We like the big jobs, but we also do the 9x7 door for the little old lady down the street. Our main emphasis is customer service. To us, that says it all.
Welcome into the film room. Kenny Scherlinger, Jay Paterno, Penn State, Michigan State, the land-grant trophy. Jay, let's get into it. Michigan State's offense, they have the wide receivers, but the question, it always is, if their quarterbacks can get them the football down the field.
Well, Michigan State has a tradition of great wide receiver play, as we've talked about on the show, and it goes back to George Prost. I want to make one note about George Prost that he passed this year. George Prost, when the Penn State first got in the Big Ten, a lot of teams didn't want us in there. George Prost called Joe Paterno immediately. He said, let's end the season each year against each other. Let's create a rivalry that can really end our season every year. And to his credit, that's been the case. And there's been some great games. So let's talk about those wide receivers that we mentioned. When you talk about Michigan State, they've got excellent speed. This is against Northwestern, but that's one of the best defenses in our conference. And even though this corner is 12 yards off, Michigan State's receiver is going to get behind him, and that puts a lot of pressure on your safeties. And once those safeties start to come back, now all of a sudden the run game starts to open up. But take a look at how fast, you look at the video, look how fast that this receiver from Michigan State eats up that cushion in Northwestern defender, and not only eats up the cushion, gets past him, gets behind him by a couple of yards, and the ball's there. So if the ball's there, that's going to be a problem for Penn State, and it'll be a real test for the secondary. The next thing that we'll talk about is the running game. Now, the running game has not been what Michigan State is used to. They don't have that one great running back. They've got a couple of guys. Hayward is another guy. It's a power runner. But they've tried to get the running game going. And because the receivers can put pressure on the safeties, they've got to play back. And once you get them back, now they can get the numbers in their advantage and run the football. And you'll see here against Northwestern, again, a really good defensive football team. Take a look at the video. Now they get some movement up front. They get double teams, and they have even numbers. And they're able to get the ball and get themselves 14, 15-yard gains. You're not going to see the 70-yard runs, those kind of things, but you'll see those. Now, to get creative in the run game, they involve their quarterbacks in the run game. Now, Lombardi is the one that both, whoever plays, they're going to have to get involved in the run game. When you look at the guy in the triangle down there, the quarterback is going to read him. If he closes, he's going to keep the ball running. If the defensive end goes up the field to take the quarterback, they'll hand it off, and that gives them numbers to work with if you have an offensive line that's not doing a great job. So take a look at this one here on the video. He brings that in. The end closes. He keeps it, gets himself 7, 8 yards, 9 yards, moves the chain. Those are the kind of things Michigan State may have to do to get what they want to get done against Penn State offensively. Now, once you start to play the run game, if they have some success, now your safeties start coming down. You get some play-action pass, and they're very, very good with play-action pass scheme-wise, but they have not been as consistent getting the ball to the receivers in stride. Here you get a motional receiver across. They're going to fake the run over to the left, get the safety to fill, and get the receiver in red behind him. And we talk about not getting it to them in places where they can make plays. Here's the example. Take a look at the video here. Motion across, get Northwestern to make the adjustment. They make the fake. The safety is down. They got him there. If the quarterback puts that ball to him in stride, that's a touchdown for Michigan State. But again, it turns into a 20-yard game rather than that.
And taking a look at the defensive side of the ball for Michigan State, I think this is where Penn State can really do some damage this weekend against the Spartan defense, because if Michigan State can't get their offense going, Penn State can score points, and that could be the key to the game.
No question about it, Kenny. And when you look at Michigan State's defense this year as opposed to the defenses in the past that Michigan State has played, they're not quite as deep across the board. They don't have the set of great linebackers they've had. They've got Simmons in the middle, who's as good as any linebacker Penn State will play this year. And across the board in secondary, they're not as deep. And this is a defense that's set up to get their linebackers and secondary involved, because they're going to be wide ends, be aggressive, they're good up front. They have a good up front group of guys, so they're going to give you some problems. So take a look here in the short yards. You're going to see that Simmons is the guy in the middle. They're going to force everything back into him, and not only does he get to the backfield, but he makes a tackle. Take a look at this 4th and 1 against Northwestern. They force everything back inside. He gets in the backfield, makes the play. They turn the ball up on downs. Big play in that game. Now, Mel Tucker, since he's been at Ohio State as a secondary coach his entire career, he's been everything has come off of the 2 safety high. Now, to kind of get some things and force some things to happen, they start to blitz off the edge. They rotate the secondary, get to the 3 deep, the 3 underneath, and Penn State's got to take advantage of that. Take a look at how they do that against Northwestern on the video. Right before the snap, they come down. They confuse Northwestern's quarterback. He doesn't get the ball out on time like he'd like to. The other thing that you'll see is they're going to move their front guys. They're going to tie their safety with the up front, gap integrity, force cutbacks to their safeties, and the safeties are fairly effective making tackles. Take a look at this one against Northwestern. Again, we'll see up front, they force the Northwestern tailback to cut back and be moving laterally rather than north and south, and there's the safety to make the play. The last thing I want to talk about is you cannot be late on throws because they're good in the secondary at coming up with some turnovers, and they do get some pressure with their down guys. So take a look at this play here. Northwestern can drop back. Michigan State uses a 3-man rush and able to get them out of the pocket and keep them from converting on a 3rd down.
Jay, as always, thank you for breaking it down for us. We wrap up the Blue White Tailgate when we come back.
Stay home and stay healthy with help from Martella's Pharmacies.
The health and well-being of our community is a top priority.
That's why our stores are sanitized for you each day. Or stay in your car and we'll bring your prescription to you.
Another option is use our drive-up window here in Woodburn or here in Park Hill, but that's not all.
Each of our stores will deliver your prescriptions to your home or business.
Martella's Pharmacy, caring for you and about you since 1964. Joel Confer Toyota is a 3-generation dealership. Joel Confer, Corey Confer, and Seth Confer. Joel Confer Toyota in State College has been taking care of Toyota customers for over 40 years with Toyota service. Our Joel Confer Certified Collision Center, Toyota Care, our Owner's Reward Program, Toyota Rent-A-Car, Toyota Certified Used Vehicles, and our Joel Confer Auto Detail. Go to joelconfer.com for more information. Visit us today at Joel Confer Toyota in State College.
No one just like her, with the gift of beautiful jewelry from Confer's Jewelers in downtown Belmont. It's a sure way to make her smile light up the holiday.
Won't you stay right here with me forever?
Hot tub, hot tub, hot tub. Millions of dollars of factories right. 2020 inventory today and tomorrow. Blair County Convention Center, Altoona. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. Hundreds of spas in stock. All inventory 40 to 80% off. Come see the revolutionary Smith Spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. Even haul away your old hot tub. 18-month interest-free financing. New 2020 inventory. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. Blair County Convention Center, Altoona. Free admission. Free parking. Call 855-SPA-10.
At Centercrest, a nonprofit nursing and rehab facility, we have so much to offer the community. Our amazing therapy team makes us a stepping stone for many of our short-term patients as they return to their homes from the hospital. A centered care approach means that each patient has a personalized plan designed for their own specific needs. You can even pre-register and reserve your room prior to surgery to ensure you'll have the care when you need it. Choose Centercrest and follow us on Facebook to see the progress of our new facility opening soon.
A December home game for Penn State football. Who would have thought? It is 2020. Hopefully everyone's staying safe. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions. Play. This is not Sparta. This is Happy Valley. Penn State, Michigan State says to do battle for the land-grant trophy. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions. Play. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Penn State returns home looking for their 3rd straight win to close out the regular season here this afternoon in a game that was scheduled for 3:30 Eastern Time on ESPN, but after the cancellation of the game with Michigan and Ohio State, kick time was moved to noon Eastern on ABC. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. But Nittany Lions looking for their third straight win to close out the regular season before Big Ten Champions Week next week, and we'll get more into the Big Ten Conference as a whole throughout the game, so stay tuned. But Penn State still, however, looking for their first home win of the season here in 2020 after starting 0-5 for the first time ever in program history, before, of course, winning their last two games against Michigan and Rutgers, both on the road. So they returned home for the first time since the Iowa game the weekend before Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Christmas now less than 2 weeks away. So happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, whatever you say. But the last time Penn State finished the season without a home win was back in 1888 during the program's second year of existence. So the Nittany Lions and Spartans will meet to close out this shortened, condensed 8-game conference-only schedule for the Big Ten here this afternoon in a battle for the land-grant trophy in the Big Ten East. Penn State winners last season. However, Michigan State has won 2 out of the last 3, and we'll get more into that in a second as well. In the meantime, before kickoff, the blue-white tailgate is in my neck of the woods, at least in my area here, on ABC. Normally a half hour to an hour pregame show on ABC before kickoff, as we witnessed this a few weeks back as well, before the blue and white took on the Michigan Wolverines to pick up their first win of the season. But a week later, last week now, Penn State coming off a win versus Rutgers. Michigan State last week, they were blown out by the Ohio State Buckeyes, who are now off before playing Northwestern next week in the Big Ten Championship game. And as mentioned, we'll get more into the conference as a whole coming up throughout the game, so stay tuned. But game was scheduled for 3:30 on ESPN just a few days ago on Thursday. They moved kickoff to 12 noon Eastern here on ABC. But the win versus Rutgers last week gave the Nittany Lions their 900th career program victory, joining only Alabama, Michigan, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Texas, respectively, as the only college football programs with 900 program wins. So Penn State now in a illustrious group in college football. Now, if Penn State wins today, of course, that'll be 901 on the road to 1,000 in the near future. Was thinking the other day, honestly, how long does it take to win 100 college football games? It's going to be a while because the last time they joined this type of company, of course, was 800 or even 850, depending on how you want to categorize it. But it's been, a long time since then, up until the first weekend in December. And, as mentioned, who would have ever thought Penn State would be playing a home football game right here in Central Pennsylvania in middle of December, 2 weeks before Christmas? But here we are. It's 2020, so, as we've seen, anything can honestly happen. But if Penn State wins today, they'll get to 3-5, of course, winning 3 in a row, 3 straight. And honestly, literally, next week for Big Ten Champions Week, and details on that unknown still at this point in time. The conference hasn't done a good job dating back to late summer on, hey, we're going to play football, and then not even a week later, we're not going to play football, and then everybody else is playing football, but we're not, so we're going to get back into it. And then we're going to start towards, the end of the October month, and, 8-game conference-only schedule, and, it's going to lead into 8 games in regular season, and then 9 for Big Ten Champions League. But we still don't know a damn thing about Big Ten Champions League next weekend, except for Ohio State and Northwestern for the Big Ten Championship. as the conference also reduced the 6-game limit for teams to reach the conference championship game because, of course, with cancellations and games not being made up because they didn't give themselves any leeway to potentially fit a game in here or there, they screwed themselves from the start, and, Big Ten Conference, they're the only ones to blame. It's on them. It's on the higher-ups. It's honestly, especially for teams with coaches and players and then us fans watching, it's out of our control. Like, we'll still watch, of course, but still, like, come on. Like, it doesn't add up, doesn't make any sense, but here we are. The season's still progressing, of course. Of course, Penn State didn't start out well, 0-5, first time ever, as mentioned. But they've won 2 in a row. So, yeah, noon kick now after the game with Ohio State and the team up north, as they like to say, with Michigan Wolverines was canceled. Here we are now on ABC. The only 3:30 game now in the Big Ten is, in fact, Wisconsin and Iowa, who Penn State could very well play next week. It's either going to be Illinois, Nebraska, along with Purdue, who's not playing Indiana for the old Oak and Bucket. That game got canceled as well. Along with Minnesota. It's anyone in the Big Ten West except for Northwestern, long story short. So Penn State could be playing Illinois or Nebraska for the most part, is the way it's been looking. I honestly wouldn't want to play either Minnesota or Purdue just due to the fact they've had issues with COVID and haven't played a full season. Penn State here in the Big Ten, they've had a full now 8-game slate, which is a bit of a surprise just with the way how things have gone, of course. But they haven't, knock on wood, had any issues yet. So they haven't had any cancellations by any means or anything along those lines. But it looks like next week it'll be Illinois or Nebraska as of now, but Wisconsin and Iowa play. And if Penn State, of course, wins, they'll jump both Michigan, who's off, along with Michigan State, who they would beat, and beaten both of the two teams over the past 3 weeks. And then it's all going to depend on what happens with Wisconsin and Iowa, honestly, because that game's at 3:30. Everything else is at noon here. Iowa, Northwestern, Minnesota, Nebraska, we got that game on as well, along with a few SEC contests with Alabama, Arkansas about to kick off, and Georgia and Missouri, along with, of course, Penn State hosting Michigan State from right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium in State College. But we got Illinois, Northwestern, Minnesota, Nebraska, along with Rutgers and Maryland, and Wisconsin, Iowa in the Big Ten here this afternoon. Michigan, Ohio State, along with Purdue and Indiana, were both canceled, so their regular seasons have come to an end before Big Ten Champions Week next week. But, the conference at least gave us, a 9th game potentially. Now, some teams haven't even played a full 8 games yet. Penn State will here in a few short hours after facing Michigan State. But we're about to kick off. Nice shot of the north end zone there. Sounds like, as it is senior day as well, and with the new mandate in here, good old state of Pennsylvania, both governors, whoever loses this game, honestly, whoever wins this game, or even loses, Dave Fleming, Rod Gilmore on the call for Michigan State, Penn State here. They're out west, so they're getting up early for this. You can tell they're not in sync by any means as of yet, but regardless of ABC having the game now, still ABC, ESPN, Disney as a whole, 3:30 to noon. Here we are, Michigan State wearing some throwback helmets with an old Spartan logo. Haven't seen that in quite some time. And Peyton Thorne going to make his first career start today. Okay, so Rocky Lombardi going to be out with an injury that he suffered against Ohio State last week. Did not know if he would in fact play today by any means. Took a hard hit last week against the Buckeyes as they got blown out at home. They are 2-5, or 2-4, excuse me, as Penn State's 2-5. Their only wins, as of course, no fans in the stands. Penn State's first noon kick at home, looking for their first home win of the season, but with a new state mandate here in PA. We're basically shut down once again, as it was before, but limited to only a few things for the time being until the end of the year, which, I mean, you can agree if you want, disagree if you want. It really doesn't matter. You still can't do a goddamn thing anyway, so here we are. But, yeah, regardless of who wins, is the band there? The band finally there for the first time all season? They allowing them in? That'd be a shock. But Michigan State's 2 wins. They're 2-4. Big Ten East battle for the Land Grant Trophy about to kick off from over in Happy Valley here. We got Mel Tucker in his first year in East Lansing, taking over for Mark D'Antonio after he left Boulder. Colorado's at 4-0 though right now, so I'm sure he deserves some credit for what he started there before, of course, leaving. But they play actually right now as well on Fox. That game got bumped up because on Fox at noon it was supposed to be Ohio State hosting Michigan, but now a 10 a.m. local kick out in Mile High. It's Colorado hosting Utah in the Pac-12 before dark here early morning, especially for them at least. But no, new state mandate. You can't go anywhere again. It's bullshit as it is, but both governors from both these states, Pennsylvania and Michigan, regardless of who wins or loses this game, I'll wrap this up before this game kicks off as we're underway with Georgia and Mizzou, along with Minnesota on the road at Nebraska. They had snow, as did Colorado, so some cleanup before kickoff. Alabama on the road. Got to get down to Arkansas with the Hogs hosting the Tide. Arkansas going to get the football to start off, along with Mizzou and Nebraska. We'll see who's going to get the football with Michigan State, Penn State here. But no, both governors, regardless of the outcome, winners, losers, resign. Best for business. Where was I? Yes, and honestly, like I was saying, literally, next week, Big Ten Champions League, Penn State wins today, loses today. They lose today, okay, no winning season by any means. But if they win today, get 3-5, they win next week 4-5, they go to a bowl game, that's 5-5. You're 500 for the season after starting out 0-5, and you build off of that till next year, of course. But that will go down as a winning season. And then, of course, if they do go bowling, bowl destination won't be decided until after next weekend. And then they won't have as much time in between the end of the season and then when bowls begin. As the season from now until we're less than a month away from the national championship. So a lot's going to happen over the next 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah, Penn State could play anyone out of the Big Ten West other than Northwestern, of course, with Ohio State and Northwestern meeting for the Big Ten title next week. Of course, depending on what happens today. Penn State today at home, first home noon game. How are they going to start? Normally, for the most part, unless they're, as they were last year and the year prior, we start out fast, we hold on to the leads, and pick up wins. Years before then and now this year, their second half team, they're digging themselves holes, trying to get out of it. We had no fans for senior day, which is a bit of disappointment, honestly. You couldn't have waited, a few more days by any means. Very odd, once again, seeing no fans for 110,000 over at Beaver Stadium, but then also mid-December for a Penn State home game as we're now underway. Penn State kicking off to Michigan State, touchback in the south end zone. So Michigan State here on this ABC broadcast going to be going right to left across your television screen, radio, and audio dials. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As always, links in the description below. But Penn State on offense, we'll get more into it once they get the ball. But they have to start fast, along with, once again, having a consistent running game. Don't run the same play 10 times in a row on that zone read quarterback draw. Of course, make plays on defense, tackle for the first time in your life. However, on offense as well, you got to execute in the red zone and do not turn the ball over. No turnovers, and no turnovers capitalizing, turning into points for the other team. We got to delay a game on Michigan State on the very first play of the game with no fans in the stands. So, of course, they're off center here. Peyton Thorne getting his first ever career start. Came in last week for Rocky Lombardi, who went down against Ohio State. So, yeah, if he plays it, okay, but if not, it's going to be Peyton Thorne. It's Peyton Thorne. We know that now. So, end around reverse near side, and then to the 32-yard line, Shaka Toney on the tackle, and then a late penalty flag on a late hit out of bounds comes in, so that's going to be a free 15 yards for the Spartans and an automatic first down. Just stupid. No penalties either. Like, come on, man. It's not that hard. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, late hit out of bounds, it's 15 yards on Penn State defense. Automatic first down. Shaka Toney playing in his final home game over at Beaver Stadium as his senior day. So, yeah, going back to what they had set up in the tunnel there, coming out of the locker room. A virtual board with family is able to call in and talk to respective players for senior day here. Today, Antonio Shelton, another senior on the sack. Columbus, Ohio native, taking down Peyton Thorne here. Shelton, a thorn in Thorne's side on this third play of the ball game on a sack back to the 30-yard line, celebrating there a little bit. So second down and 16. Thorne going to hand off, and then Jesse Lucado, who's been playing a little bit better as of late on the stop. Brandon Smith and Ellis Brooks there as well. And that's your linebacking core for the blue and white Penn State line defense. Smith, in the future, he's going to have the most potential and could turn into that next star Penn State linebacker for the linebacker U. Third down and 11. Thorne going to roll out on play action near side. Has a man, and it's picked off by Penn State. Jaquan Brisker on the interception return, and then a fumble. And then now we got a pile up. So we'll see who's going to come up with this. Fourth down, they say, as Michigan State has the football. So they split turnovers there on the same play with an interception and then a fumble recovery on the pick. So now first down, Michigan State. So they luck out. Was Brisker down? No, that's a fumble. And then Michigan State recovers. So it changes possession twice. And Michigan State recovers their own interception that resulted in a fumble. And they're going to get the ball back, 1st and 10 from, we'll see where they spot the football out here. Ball back at the 39-yard line. Out of the gun is Thorne, 1st and 10 here, 13:25 to play in this opening quarter. And handoff near side to Collins. You got Connor Hayward and Elijah Collins, your two Michigan State running backs. Connor, of course, Ironhead's son, Cameron's little brother. But a loss of 3 yards on that run near side, so back the 36-yard line, 2nd and long. Out of the pistol. Motion man, toss, and then a stumble right at the line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 13 now for Michigan State. An interesting start to this game, no doubt about it, over the final 10 minutes, first 10 minutes of pregame for myself, and then kickoff here sort of being delayed, and then with this opening Michigan State drive, Penn State giving a free 15 yards on the penalty, getting an interception on 3rd down, and then a fumble, and then they give it right back to him. So, but on 3rd down 13 here, another sack. Shane Simmons and Lucada on the stop. So 4th down officially now, and Michigan State going to bring out the punt unit, and Penn State going to get the ball for the first time here this afternoon. But you look at the standings, Penn State with a win, and depending on what happens elsewhere, they could jump the whole way to 3 right behind Ohio State and Indiana, and be 3-5, face off versus potentially Iowa again or even Wisconsin, and then go bowling. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing Illinois. I'd like a rematch with Nebraska and then have it be here. Play the Cornhuskers twice in one season for the first time ever. Split with them, of course, then, because they lost to them this time last month. 4th noon game, 3rd in a row now over the course of the season. And let's see what Penn State now does here on offense from the 29-yard line. But wouldn't want to play Minnesota or Purdue. Just not saying they couldn't beat them. They could, I think, but I just wouldn't want the game to get postponed or canceled and not get played because they've had COVID issues. Purdue not playing today. Minnesota finally playing for the first time in a few weeks once again. So, I mean, it's 2020. I get it, but Sean Clifford here on 1st down. Handoff near side. No gain on the play, though. 2nd down and 10. Still from the 29-yard line for the Penn State offense. Out of the gun. Kevon Lee. Gonna fake the give to him. Clifford on the slant. Complete to Brenton Strange. 86 out past midfield. He goes, breaking a few tackles down at the 44-yard line. 1st down, Penn State. But Penn State on offense, as mentioned. Over the past... In James Franklin's tenure, I'll say this. The 7 years that he's been right here in Happy Valley, there's been a few seasons they started out slow as hell. Their second half team. When, they were going and winning Big Ten titles and New Year's Six, fast start, holding on to it, and now this year, pass complete near side at the 32-yard line. 1st down, Penn State. 3, Parker Washington, who honestly has emerged as the go-to number 1 ahead of Jahan Dotson due to defenses being able to... yeah, that's the catch. Nice catch there by Parker Washington. He's going to have a bright future ahead of him for sure. He's in the slot now, top of your screen, left to right for Penn State. Out of the gun, 3 wide. And a screen to Kevon Lee. And he's going to lower his shoulder, get to the 25-yard line. Pick up about 6, maybe 7 yards, depending on the spot here. It'll be 2nd down and short. But no, Parker Washington, honestly, he's emerged as go-to number 1 with the way defenses have been playing Jahan Dotson after that Ohio State game a little over a month ago now. Trips now near side. Handoff. Kevon Lee right there at the 1st down marker. Going to be about a half-yard shy, looks like. So 3rd and inches. But Penn State here on offense. Half start fast. Will Levis going to come in the ball game at quarterback. So they're going to run a zone read here probably right up the gut and get stuffed. And then either have to settle for a field goal, or if he loses yardage, knowing them, they'll punt from inside the 30-yard line. Because they don't want to risk missing a field goal and then giving them the ball, with decent field position. Okay, Levis going to lower his shoulder. He picks up the first down, 21-yard line. So first down, Nitwoods here. That's 3 first downs, I do believe, on this opening drive for Penn State on offense, which is a good thing. But once they get in the red zone here, you have to execute. You can't settle for field goals. But start out fast, which they sort of are today, but for the most part all season long, they haven't. And, they kept digging themselves graves until they sort of finally got out of them, whether it was too late and they lost, or over the course of the past 2 weeks with wins, hand off and then fake the throw. That was a good play action on the throw. Ref goes down in the meantime here on the back end, but Kevon Lee gets to the 15-yard line, and it'll be second down and about 4 for Penn State. But have a consistent running game, and I mean that and another run there just a minute or so ago. Of course, Penn State here on their opening drive, only a few minutes. Those are the 2 best runs by either team here early on in this game. Another handoff, actually, Clifford going to keep it, 14, yeah. Picks up first down on the near side, and it'll be first and goal now for Penn State. But don't run the same play time and time again. I don't get why they do that, but they do. It's like, do you not think the defense is going to know exactly what you're going to run if you're doing it time and time again? Now, if you're on the same play over and over again and they're not stopping it, okay, run it until they stop it, but if they're stopping you, run something else. Another handoff, Kevon Lee, and a flag late. He gets into the end zone for 6, so touchdown Penn State, but there's a flag, and it's going to be coming back for a holding, it looks like. Hold, 10 yards, I'll replay the down. Be first and goal. Come on, Will, French fries. Here we are in the red zone, and they score, but no, gets called back for a penalty. So they get in, and they just continue to shoot themselves in the foot, and they can't execute. You got to execute. You can't settle for field goals. You can't turn football over either. You did get a turnover, okay, +1, but then you turned it over as well on the return. They got the ball back first and 10. Now here you are on your opening drive. Fake the give, slant over the middle. It was tipped. So incomplete. Intended for Parker Wash, and he would have walked right in the end zone, honestly, too, if he would have caught that. But Kevon Lee's emerged as the go-to number 1 at running back. Devin Belfort Tough sort of has lost his spot after the Iowa game, into the Michigan game with a death in the family, which, okay, that's not a reason by any means, but he didn't play against Michigan. Kevon Lee did, had over 100 yards, ran the ball well last week as well. Fake the give to Keziah Holmes, and then a play action to Strange once again, inside the 10, down at the 7. So now it'll be third and goal from the 7-yard line for Penn State, and right now that holding penalty is coming back to bite them, because they might have to settle for a field goal. Okay, I'll take the 3 points, but you had 7. You scored on the play the holding was called. So we'll see if they can punch it in here or not, but and take an early lead, 6:40 to play in this opening quarter. Flying by. Clifford looking to throw, evades a sack, and then just picks up a yard near side before running out of bounds. So Penninger going to have to come on for a chip shot 3. Yeah, you kick the 3 here. You kick a field goal, take an early 3-0 lead. Don't want to settle, but if you have to settle, you settle. There's no other way to put it. You take the points if you're in a position to take them. They had 7 and a penalty. Took it off, and now Penninger for 3. Kick at least up and good, so Penn State with an early 3-0 lead here against the Michigan State Spartans with 6:06 to play in this first quarter. So both teams have had the ball on offense. Michigan State got a free 15 yards. So penalty is already killing Penn State, honestly. They had that 15-yard personal foul, and that kept the Michigan State drive alive before third down, and then interception before Penn State fumbled on the return. So first down Michigan State, and then they went 3 and out after that. Punting the ball, and then Penn State with a decent drive there. We saw a mix of runs and passes. One was deflected and complete, almost picked off as well. Had a touchdown run, though, from a few yards out for Kevon Lee, and what do you know? Got called off, taken off the board because of a holding call. So they replayed first and goal from inside the red zone there, but not as close to the red zone or to the end zone, to the goal line there, as it was. So they took the 7 off the board, of course, and then they can't punch it in, and they got to settle for a field goal. So here we are, sitting at 3-0 Penn State, if you're just now tuning in. Georgia leads Mizzou, top 25 showdown with the Dogs and Tigers, 7-0, and then Minnesota and Nebraska, and a good one here. We got an injured Golden Gopher on a Minnesota touchdown run near side. I mean, if they played Minnesota okay, that's revenge then from last year. And then they'd only have to make up for, the past few Ohio State losses. And then all their 5 losses start out this season, moving forward in the next season, with Indiana, Ohio State again, of course, Maryland, Indiana, Maryland. It'd be home for IU at Maryland next year. We'll take a look at the schedule at some point. Honestly, this could be the last Penn State stream for the year. However, it won't be. I'll make sure it's not. Don't worry. So just be sure to hit that red subscribe button, little notify bell next to it. Also, already got a little bit of an idea on what to do if, in fact, Big Ten Champions Week doesn't even get played next week, because we don't even have any details whatsoever on that by any means. And then if Penn State doesn't go to a bowl game, which I expect them to if they win today, and then if they play next week and win once again 4-5, you should be on to a bowl game. But if they don't go to a bowl game, I have a little bright idea, so just stay tuned. But whether that works out or not by any means is still unknown. But Mel Tucker for Michigan State. We'll get back to this Michigan State Penn State game here, coming back from commercial break. He's in his first season at the helm, taking over from Mark D'Antonio, who unexpectedly retired at the end of last year, which is still a bit of a shock after everything he did in East Lansing. But they're sitting at 2-4 with wins surprisingly over Michigan and Northwestern. Northwestern should have came back and beat them a few weeks ago. Of course, did not. The Michigan game was a 3-point win early on Halloween, when Penn State, of course, lost to Ohio State later on that night. But right now, Michigan State, as it seems like they're going to take another commercial break after the kickoff, so still 3-0. Michigan State going to get the ball back here on offense when we return. And speaking of their offense, they right now have a quarterback situation due to Rocky Vince Lombardi suffering an injury last week against Ohio State once again, as mentioned. And as I said, if he plays, okay. He's, of course, not, though. It's Peyton Thorne, and hopefully Penn State's defense can be the thorn in his side, unless, as Georgia scores again to go up 2 scores, Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, Nebraska, along with Michigan State, Penn State as well, here this afternoon. Go Navy beat Army as well, 3 o'clock on CBS. We'll tune into that in a few short hours. As always, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores of this ball game, along with taking a look around the rest of college football. And then be sure to tune back in tomorrow for more live reactions, play live right here on YouTube with the NFL. Lombardi was injured last week against Ohio State. So Thorne getting his first career start, threw a pick. Technically, that's in the stat book now. And then Penn State fumbled on the return. So Michigan State 1st and 10. They ended up punting. Penn State had a touchdown, and then holding got called back and had to settle for 3. But honestly, the Spartans, with how good their receivers are year in and year out, And it's, the battle for the Land Grant Trophy 9 times out of 10, it always was up until the Big Ten added a few teams to the conference, and they have gone by divisions ever since. These two teams have always played at the end of the season in the final game. With how good D'Antonio got Sparty after leaving Cincinnati, and then Brian Kelly doing the same thing with Notre Dame. And Luke Fickell's that third coach right now, in that line of Cincinnati Bearcat coaches that could potentially, make the jump and get to a big Power 5 school. As Cincinnati's getting snubbed, along with a few other schools in the college football playoff rankings right now. But that's a story for another time, of course. But Michigan State's had the leadership. They've had good quarterback play. You go back, it is senior day for Penn State, so Franklin hugging it out with a few seniors here. 12 to be exact, but no fans by any means, not even friends or family of any coaches or players, as it has been all season long, allowed today due to a new state mandate just the other day, which is total bullshit once again. And as mentioned, regardless of who wins this game, both governors of respective states of Michigan and Pennsylvania need to resign from office. Penn State did the virtual experience for families able to communicate with players here this afternoon. Deep ball down the far sideline, and it's incomplete. Keaton Ellis got beat and then lucked out as the pass was a little off target and incomplete, a little too far downfield. So 2nd and 10, 6 minutes on the dot here to play in the opening quarter. But definitely going to miss these 12 seniors. We'll say a few of their names throughout the game, hopefully at least. I've already said a few, but early signing day this upcoming Wednesday, and then next year's recruiting class gonna come on in for 2021, 2022 already, which is hard to believe. Time flies. Where the hell is it gone? I don't know. But a first down completion near side. And then a handoff, a loss of 2 in the backfield. Brisker, Trey Castro Fields hasn't played as of late. Fries on the O-line. Michael Mennett, seems like he's been there forever. He's going to be gone. Antonio Shelton, Simmons, Shaka, and then Lamont Wade as well in the secondary position from Clareton. But early signing day on Wednesday, normal signing day, first Wednesday in February, of course, as always. Franklin a better talker than he is a coach, in my opinion, but Penn State still has success. Okay, so as long as you win, because that's all anybody ever remembers anyway, okay, it'll be all right. But 0-5, yeah, we all probably got a little too far ahead of ourselves there. But they've won 2 in a row, looking for third time's a charm today. Thorne going to go down on the sack. They actually picked up about a yard and a half or so, but it's going to be 4th down. So Michigan State going to punt here unless they decide to go for it on a 4th and short. But no, they've had, and this is why I still don't think Mel Tucker is the right guy for the job, but because he sort of, as he's a Nick Saban assistant, former assistant, I should say, disciple of the mastermind himself, has bounced around the league in the NFL, former Ohio State assistant with the Buckeyes. Michigan State on to punt, and it's going to bounce, I don't know where the ball's at, in the end zone for touchbacks. The camera's off there. Okay, 1st and 10, Penn State from 20-yard line. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. I'll get to them in a second. But Penn State with the ball back, 1st and 10 from the 20, up 3 with 3:55 to play here in this first quarter. So we'll see if they can, for the most part, somewhat continue this fast start. and consistently run the football. Of course, don't turn it over. I get turnovers on defense, which normally doesn't happen because it was on an interception return. So those turnovers cancel each other out, but Michigan State kept possession. However, Penn State's defense made a stand and got the ball back, and then had a touchdown, and then they had to settle for field goal because of penalties. So penalties killing them. So hopefully, of course, those will quit here sometime soon. But you go back to what Mark D'Antonio built in East Lansing with Michigan State. Penn State won last year 28-7 in the rain. However, the other few meetings the past few years, as mentioned, 2 of the last 3 meetings have been decided by less than 4 points, total of 7 to be exact. But both of those were Michigan State wins. One was after a 3.5-hour rain delay due to lightning. Spartans won the game-winning field goal, and then Penn State blew a lead mid-October back in 2018, losing 17-14. So, and then of course winning last year, 19, and now here we are to close out the shortened season today. But he, after signing day, he had his recruiting class in. Mark D'Antonio did early mid-February last year. Just out of the blue, unexpectedly resigned. So they had to look for a new head coach, and that's after coaching carousel is done and over with. So they want to hire Mel Tucker from Colorado, and like I said, he has to be given some credit for their 4-0 start right now with kids he recruited, and they're the ones playing honestly. And they're a top 25 team right now. They're hosting Utah out west, as Nebraska trails by 7. Mizzou also home trails. I assume as Alabama, Arkansas as the commercial break, Hogs also trail against Crimson Tide. But Penn State's the only home team right now winning out of these games that I'm currently watching at this noon window here on this December Saturday afternoon, less than 2 weeks now before Christmas. And hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas in 13 days. But Michigan State with only 1 rushing touchdown this season, okay? Get into some of these positions, and it was by their quarterback, Peyton Thorne, last week after he came into the ball game replacing Rocky Lombardi after he went down with an injury once again. So they don't have a running game, as Penn State, for the most part, doesn't either, but as of late, they've come on strong and they're able to run the football now. But it has to be more consistent and no turnovers. Have to execute in the red zone. So you gotta keep tacking on, one after another, and until it's all final, and all your I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and it's all finalized. You're not going to be perfect. No one is, but they know it can be better. We know it can be better. So until it gets better and it's all fine and dandy, we're going to sit here and discuss this as we've done all season long. 4 yards on the run, and Kevon Lee, no Devin Ford. He's lost his job. Don't be shocked. Both him and Noah Kane are out the door here at the end of the season, potentially early, February, March, and transferring, as Ricky Slade did last year to Old Dominion. Of course, they didn't play football this year in Conference USA, and Ricky Ronnie's first year down because of COVID. But see what happens. Will Lutz in the slot. He's emerged as a good, reliable go-to wide receiver here the past few weeks. Maybe a little bit of a jump there on the false start, but they're going to let him play. Clifford going to tuck it and run on the quarterback keeper for about 5 yards. It'll bring up 3rd down and about a good long 1.5 yards. They'll say 3rd and 2 here with 2:52 to play in this opening quarter. There's James Franklin on the Penn State sideline. Will Levis now in the ball game at quarterback. And with Franklin, who knows? Maybe he's going to leave. Maybe he'll go to the NFL. Maybe he'll go elsewhere if a few other college jobs open up with the regular season unwinding, and teams, programs for the most part, going to decide on if they're going to move on or stay where they're at. Levis right there at the 1st down marker. I don't know if he got it. They'll give it to him here though. That's first down for Penn State. So as long as, okay, he comes in and does that 9 times out of 10, I'm fine with it. But when you keep him in play for play for play, whether Clifford's playing well or not, turn it over, pick 6, fumble, scoop, and score, other teams capitalizing. As they've sort of got out of their slump they're in, they've got over the hump, and they're looking for the 3rd straight win. Just don't run the same play over and over again. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Because, like I said, if you run the same play over and over again and they're stopping you and you continue to do it, no wonder they're stopping you. And then you try to do something else and you can't do that either because they know that's going to be coming next because you're going to try something else because you can't do anything. But if, as we have our first update, this is out in Colorado. It's Utah and the Buffs. Utes up 7-0 on the road in the Pac-12 before dark here early a.m. for them at least. Mountain time. Hell, it is 2 weeks before Christmas, so what do we expect? Yeah, places are going to have snow by this point. Normally the regular season is done and over with. Today's normally just Army-Navy, 3 o'clock. And then the Heisman later on tonight, but that's not going to be given out for another month because we don't even have conference championships until next weekend. It's just how the season's gone, how the year's gone. Everything's all messed up, of course. Everything's been pushed back, and hey, at least we're still getting games and football's still being played, and here we are. But until we get back to normal, this is, of course, how it's going to be. From the 33, out of the gun is Clifford. Pump fake near side. He's going to tuck and run down the Penn State sideline and then get to the 38 for a pick up of 5, and then a hard hit. And that's not a good sign. He's going to get up a little slow. Flag comes in, though, so we'll see what that dirty laundry is from the Zebras. What does the white capper have to say here? Holding on Penn State once again, so their 3rd penalty. And it'll be 10 yards, of course, as always, and they'll replay 3rd down, so they're just going to keep backing up and backing up. 3rd and God knows what. 20 seconds and counting here in the first quarter. They'll let the clock expire here, it looks like. Levison at quarterback because Clifford just took a shot and could be injured, but I expect him to come back at some point here. Just giving him a little extra time because he'd be able to come back in first play of the 2nd quarter here. So yeah, at the end of the first now, Penn State will have a 3rd and long from the 22-yard line, it looks like, to begin quarter 2 with a 3.30 lead over the visiting Michigan State Spartans in today's battle for the land-grant trophy. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play. Like, follow, and subscribe. As always, links in the description below. Chat questions and comments. What do we got? Yeah, just a few hellos. Hello to you as well. Thank you for tuning in and watching. So, if you have chat questions or comments, super chats, super stickers, feel free to drop those, of course, in the comment and chat section below. We'll get back to the 2nd quarter here with Michigan State, the Spartans, and the Penn State Nittany Lions in today's critical Big Ten East showdown. Of course, for a trophy, land-grant trophy, Michigan State, Penn State, first 2 land-grant institutions in the United States. Penn State joined the conference in '93. It's been a rivalry ever since. Penn State also plays Minnesota for the Governor's Victory Bell, so potentially they play Minnesota next week. Well, that will be on the line after the Golden Gophers beat Penn State last year on the road up in Twin Cities. No, going back to Michigan State with D'Antonio. Surprisingly retired. They bring in Mel Tucker. I get it's 2020. Nothing's normal. Nothing's right as it should be. But they're 2-4. They probably honestly should be winless at 0-6. They had a game canceled a few weeks back as well against Maryland. just Michigan State's history with. They always have a few good receivers, honestly. But then their run game. Okay, they haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher in almost a decade. But this year, as mentioned, they only have one rushing touchdown, and it's by their quarterback, their second string quarterback, I might add, last week, as Alabama just returned a punt. They're up 10-3 on the road against Arkansas. Mizzou just scored, so they only trail now by 7, 14-7. Minnesota still with 7-0 lead at Nebraska. Got a few different games on right now. 2 Big Ten, 2 SEC. Split down the middle. Northwestern hosting Illinois on right now as well, along with Rutgers and Maryland. And then, go Navy, beat Army at 3 o'clock from West Point. First time since World War II this game's, or that game, I might say, is being played at a home site of either Army or Navy, not at a neutral site, whether it be New York, Philly, or Baltimore, or even Washington, D.C. But, no, Michigan State with their rushing attack. Connor Hayward, and you have Elijah Collins, yes. Connor Hayward is Ironhead's son. May he rest in peace, of course. Late great Pitt Panther, along with Atlanta Falcon. And then, of course, Cameron Hayward, Pittsburgh Steelers defensive lineman, is Connor's older brother. So if Michigan State can run this football and then, get the ball downfield with a quarterback playing for the first time today, starting at least for the first time today, make some plays, it might be a long afternoon, honestly. But if Penn State's defense can hold them, make some stops, be able to do what they've done on offense the past few weeks, consistently run the football, no turnovers. No turnovers that are going to lead to points for their team. It should come out here in a good result for Penn State. It's 3rd and 17. Clifford back in and completed over the middle, intended for Parker Washington. So 4th down, and the Lions will punt. Penn State 15-point favorite. I don't think they'll cover by any means. I think they'll win 24-13. That's what I predicted score-wise. But it is senior day. Penn State against Michigan State on senior day all the time, 8-2. The only 2 losses would have been in 14 and 2010. But Michigan State, their quarterbacks, after losing Connor Cook, it's sort of gone downhill. But at one point, they had Brian Hoyer, Nick Foles before he transferred to Arizona, along with Kirk Cousins, all in that quarterback room up in East Lansing. And then Hoyer, of course, along with Foles and Cousins, are all NFL quarterbacks. Hoyer's bounced around the league more so than not out of the 3. Foles is catching up to him, though. And Cousins is, of course, now with Minnesota, after starting out with Washington, the new football team down in the nation's capital, formerly known as, when he played for him, the Washington Redskins. Le'Veon Bell at running back, for God's sakes, like Plexico Burris at wide receiver. At one point, Nick Saban was even the head coach of Michigan State before he took the LSU job, and then left college for the NFL ranks. Couldn't cut it with the Dolphins, and he's been in Alabama ever since, running the dynasty that he's created. So, this is always a good game, always close, always coming down to the wire, as mentioned. Expect a close one. 2 out of the last 3 meetings have been decided by less than 4 points, 7 total. Both Michigan State wins, but Penn State won this game last year. So Penn State looking for 2 in a row in the series. That Michigan State actually leads by 1, 17-16. And then there's a tie in there as well. But Penn State at home, 10-7. And then on senior day, Penn State 8-2 against Spartan. Deep ball and a touchdown for Michigan State. So there you go with Daquan Hardy, the Penn Hills product, on coverage, just completely blowing that. 10 steps behind the receiver. And a 45-yard strike on the post route. leads out of the pistol to a Michigan State touchdown. A little simple play action, and the receiver just beat the defensive back and in the end zone for a touchdown. So Michigan State now with a 6-3 lead, pending the upcoming extra point to take a 7-3 lead here in the first half, just beginning the second quarter. And kick up and good, so 7-3 now Michigan State. And I mean, the energy just doesn't, I mean, for me even today, it's just not there for some reason. You know, I'll admit that. There's just something off. I mean, maybe it's because, yeah, for the home games we've had some fans in the stands at least. You know, not many, but now there's nobody. You know, it's 2020, I get it, you know, but come on. That's, in that regard then, you have to create your own energy. You have to go out and, you know, make plays, get excited, and, you know, capitalize off of whatever you're trying to capitalize on. And take advantage and take control. Try not to be one-dimensional. And whether you're going to run away or pass away with a win, okay, so be it. But when it's all said and done, all anybody ever remembers is a W, is a win in the win column. So, yeah, that sort of wraps up everything that I have written down here in my notes with all the gibberish I've been talking over the past however long it's been now. Probably a good going on an hour, I'd say. You check the time right now on it, but we near halftime already, for God's sake. This game's flying by. But hey, Penn State, Michigan State for the Land-Grant Trophy once again in mid-December, right here in Happy Valley for a Penn State football home game. I mean, this field right now, this is probably the best it's ever looked at this time of year. So shout out to the grounds crew over there. But as long as Penn State can have a consistent running game, they can execute once they get in the red zone and score touchdowns and bounce out for field goals as they did. No penalties, they have 3 of them. And don't turn the ball over, which both teams have done on the same play. You know, make some plays on defense, they'll be all right. So we'll see how this game unfolds. And as mentioned, we'll get into the standings for the Big Ten, along with some first half stats and scores from this game and from all the others in college football coming up at halftime. So stay tuned for that. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions, play-by-play of this Big Ten East battle with Michigan State and Penn State. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke96. So hit that thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan State, hashtag we are, hashtag Penn State as well. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers, always great. Appreciate it.
Volume Up premieres January 13th on ABC.
Beaver Stadium, no doubt about it. Next thing they need to fix is the plumbing.
Why can't we use cell phones for that? What button do you push here? That is a returnable kickoff. The lines across the 25. A good return, in fact, almost out to the 40-yard line from Lamont Way. Let's check in with Kevin again in studio. Time now for our 18.
Another update here after a good kickoff return there for Penn State. Okay, we just saw this from one of these other games I just saw as Alabama was about to punch it in. Okay, so they just scored. So 17-3 now, tied over the Hogs. And Alabama facing Florida next week in the SEC title game. Clifford gonna tuck and run, get a yard on that.
That's my answer. How about the last touchdown for the Spartans, Brian?
Yeah, look at the damn coverage by Penn State.
Deep coverage, right? So
Blew
deep
it.
is the deepest. Guy never gets by you, right? Because you got a deep third. Now watch the corner up top.
Just
Hardy,
pathetic.
not a great back pedal, and he doesn't stay deep behind the receiver. Free safety takes the cheese in front of him instead of taking the deep middle. And Thorne reads it perfectly and drops it in the net.
Minnesota with a 10-0 lead over Nebraska. Now, if Minnesota and Purdue can both play next week, okay, I'd honestly let them play whoever other than the Northwestern because you can't play Northwestern. But they got to win first to keep a winning season alive. But we'll see what happens here. 1st and 10 from midfield. Handoff. And Kevon Lee gets 5 to the 45. 2nd down. I mean, they probably have a few more wins of one, just so they don't turn the ball over. But yeah, if they have their 5-man backfield that they were supposed to have before the season started, and all the injuries, Journey Brown, Noah Kane, Devin Ford, sort of losing his job there as the last one. But it's Kevon Lee. And then Keziah Holmes as well, the other true freshman back from Florida. He's going to come out now after 2 runs back-to-back. It'll be 3rd down. Insert Will Levis again, so this is Penn State's offense. Hey, Clifford's in there for a few plays. We get a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 now here officially from 42. Need 40 for 1st down. We'll bring in Will Levis, put him in the gun, have trip stopper screen now right to left here for Penn State on offense, and try to pick up a 1st down. Except the defense knows exactly what you're going to do 9 times out of 10 when he's in there, and that's run it. But he can throw it too if you let him, but they just haven't let him. He does pick up a 1st down, so the chains are going to continue to move, so good thing there. Insert Sean Clifford back into the ball game. Back and forth. That's what earlier, stumbling there a little bit on who the hell was making him play at quarterback, because even though you can tell, I didn't notice who was in at quarterback there for a second, because back-to-back, however many plays in a row there, it's a 2-quarterback system for Penn State on offense. Clifford going to go deep down the near sideline, has Dawson at the 5, he catches it and then drops it, and it's incomplete. Good coverage and a good hit, jarring the ball loose, incomplete inside the 10. And that's a catch. And then, if you don't want to look at that and say fumble, that's 1st and goal, Penn State inside the 5. But now 2nd and 10 from the 37-yard line. Clifford complete to Strange again. He's gone to him 3 times.
You guys are talking about Will Levis. He's 230 pounds of steel. James Franklin told me a couple weeks ago there's no body fat on him, but he is a pocket passer. As a recruit, ESPN had it rated as a high.
See, next year at quarterback, it might be, once again, getting a little too far ahead of ourselves. They still have Taquan Roberson. Clifford's there. Levis is there. Roberson and Micah Bowens. Okay. Clifford on a quarterback keeper right through the hole and a touchdown run from 30-plus for like the 3rd or 4th time this season for Clifford. He's breaking, he's broken a few of those runs, I should say. Now, whether the band's there or not, I don't know. They're playing the fight song. Probably just over the loudspeaker. But you have Roberson and Bones, and then you got a quarterback coming in the recruiting class. So they'll be good depth-wise for the future moving forward, unless something changes. But Clifford's more your passer, but he can run it too. Of course, another touchdown run for him. Penn State now leads 10-7 with 10 to play here in the first half over Michigan State. Levis is more your dual threat. And they're both dual threats, but Levis is a better dual threat. But when he's, running the ball as much as he is, and he's being stopped, now today not so much, but I don't mind them doing what they're doing. They're keeping the defense on their heels, and whether it looks like they're changing up or not, I mean, they're really not. I mean, they are, though, too. So, as long as, they can just continue to stay ahead of Michigan State and make plays on defense. This is for anybody, of course. You're going to have a good shot to win. But they have to find a running game, which they have as of late, okay? They've been able to run the ball better in the past 2 games. But at the same time, it's like I said earlier, we all know can be 10 times better than what it is. And I get, they're battling all the injuries they're battling and being stopped on offense by the opposing defense, not being able to do anything by any means. But it comes back down to the play calling, and that's why I said for the first 5 games you started out 0-5, first time ever in program history. You're in the same boat as everyone else. There's no excuse. So, honestly, because we all know they're better, and we've seen it, over the past how many years. It's just for some reason this year, whether you want to blame it on this or that or anything in between, it just hasn't clicked. They haven't been able to execute. So, and that's more so than not when they get in the red zone. And that's why I bring that up, okay? And all the turnovers. Turnovers and penalties will absolutely kill you. And they've killed them. Honestly, they have killed them so bad this year. Especially turnovers resulting in opponent points. Because you don't turn the ball over as many times as you have. Like I said, over the past few games, they probably have a few more wins. But, of course, not. It started out 0-5, and, here we are now 2-5, looking for the third straight win. Taking a look back at some Penn State crowds throughout the years. Yeah, there are cardboard cutouts, but it's empty as can be. No fans, nothing. And so I feel like, today, for the most part, compared to the other games, the energy just not there. It just feels so different. And I mean, I get this how it is for, honestly, anything anymore. But for some places, they can have up to 20,000 fans. It's just depending on where you're at and who's in charge. And so it's like, well, you do this, you do that. You're still up shit creek. Got a pounding on the kickoff. Yeah, that was a complete blown coverage for Sparty on defense there. And Clifford just hit the hole and ran in for a touchdown. And now 1st and 10 for Michigan State from the 30. Now 2nd down, under 10 to play here in the first half. 10-7 Penn State. Pass complete near side. 1st down, Michigan State at 42.
showing you more than just being a speed guy.
Next year, Penn State would have to go to both Ohio State and Michigan State. Michigan at home, of course, along with Iowa. And then they start the home and home with Auburn as well. So, like I said, I'll make sure this is not another update here. This is Illinois Northwestern. Nice play action pass there, tight end touchdown Wildcats. They lead the Fighting Illini in the land of Lincoln 7-3. But like I said, this could be the last Penn State game of the year, honestly. Up until the Michigan game, they didn't win a game from last year's Scottsville win over Memphis until then against the Wolverines. You know, good 11 months, 2 weeks ago. You know, beat Michigan State, or trying to beat Michigan State. They're leading Michigan State right now. Beat Rutgers last week, 2 in a row, now 3 in a row, hopefully. With Big Ten Champions Week up in the air, you know, who knows if they'll play? I don't know. They should. We just don't have any details on that, you know, but we're acting as if we're going to get it. So hopefully we'll get it. And then pass complete near side, 1st and 10, Michigan State. If they win today, win next week, 4 and 5, you should go to a bowl game. So then that would be the last one. But if we don't get to there at that point, I'll make sure that this is not the last Penn State stream of the year. I'll figure something out. I have a idea, as mentioned. So stick around. Be sure to subscribe. Now, a date on that to be determined at this point in time, especially with both college and NFL seasons coming down to the end. NFL playoffs going to kick off. We have college football playoff semis out in Pasadena and New Orleans with the Rose and Sugar Bowls, and the national title down in Miami. NFL playoffs going to begin in less than a month now, and then Super Bowl in Tampa in February. So, hell, it could even be after that. You know, it could be during this Wednesday. It could be the first Wednesday in February, or something along those lines with signing day, or a date that, you know, has some relevance to something before that's a false start. Michigan State moving the ball well here on this drive. However, we're going to back them up 5 yards, back themselves up 5 yards with that false start. They'll replay second down. It'll be 2nd and 6 now from the 26, actually. Shout out to Saquon Barkley. But we'll get blue-white game hopefully in, you know, mid to late April, because this past year we didn't get it. And it was a very long offseason, especially with the season not starting on time. And, you know, going back to the Big Ten with the conference overall as a whole, you know, another deep ball down the middle, and it's going to be caught in the back of the end zone for another Michigan State touchdown. Wow. So Michigan State just airing it out, and with 2 touchdowns later, they lead by 3, 13-10. This game going to turn into a shootout. That was into triple coverage as well. Over Joey Porter Jr., Lamont Wade, and Keaton Ellis. A little bit of a bobble, but he came down with it. Touchdown. Go green. Go white. Like Mel Tucker talking with him, hey, don't take your helmet off until you're off the field. But maybe it's those old school Spartan logos on their helmets today that are giving them these 2 first-half touchdowns. Hell, they didn't even score 13 points at all last week against Ohio State. They got beat 52-12. Now they lead 13-10 with 6:24 to play in the first half. 14-10 now with the extra point up and good over Penn State. So now back and forth, back and forth. And this Peyton Thorne, a thorn in Penn State's defense right now, with 2 passing touchdowns on back-to-back drives. We'll see what happens when we come back. But no, with the Big Ten Conference, hey, we're going to play. Hey, we're not going to play. Hey, everyone else is playing, you know, why aren't we? Well, you decided this then, and yeah, you got shit talked about it, and you still are, because you're changing roles as you go along, which isn't right. It's like, you come up with what you come up with, you all agree to it, and you move ahead. This is how it's going to be. Until the end of the season, at least. Not mid-season, you change shit up. But, yeah, Ohio State's the best team in the conference, by far, no doubt about it. They're still one of the best teams in all the country, too, on top of that. And you get them into the playoff, potentially. Money on the line, yeah, I get that. It's all about money. That's what it always comes down to, anyway, regardless of what it is. They're going to have a shot against, if they get in, the other 4 teams in the playoff. However, Ohio State, other than the national championship win that they had with Urban Meyer in the first year of college football playoff back in 2014, they haven't done so hot in college football playoff. They've lost a few times. So, I would think right now that it's honestly Alabama and Notre Dame. With, yeah, Clemson are behind at 3, but if Notre Dame beats Clemson, Alabama beats Florida, A&M sitting there, and then Ohio State gets it. I think the Final Four, it's going to be, we got Notre Dame and Clemson meeting next week. You know, depending on that outcome, honestly, I mean, I think they have it right for the most part right now, but Cincinnati's getting screwed. They're undefeated. Yeah, okay, credit. They haven't played as many games as the other schools. But Ohio State hasn't either. You know, but it's just how 2020 is. If you hear any noise in the background by me, just some goddamn dogs barking, and shut the fuck up. But here we are. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 15-yard line. They trail now by 4, 14-10. And they go over the playoff. Well, that's if they would expand it.
Cincinnati at 17%, no Iowa State.
Yeah, Iowa State's sitting there with 2 losses. Like, it's all messed up. It is. But here we are, Penn State 1st and 10 with 15, trailing by 4. 6:22 to play in the first half. Quarterback keeper for Levis. A yard on the keeper. And second down. Yeah, I'm just not feeling it today. It's the energy's just not there for myself or for this game. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's another noon game for the 3rd week in a row, but okay, yeah, credit for his home noon game. But it's not like the other 3 noon games were like this. This game just feels totally off. I don't know what it is. It just feels off. To me, it does. Everybody has their own opinion, but today just feels off. I don't know. Got a defensive flag for a pass interference, it looks like, on Michigan State. Spot foul, automatic first down, Penn State.
Okay, so pass interference against the Spartans. Instead of 3rd and long, it's first down Penn State.
That's a good call.
Well, the thing is, if you turn the receiver when you hook him, then it's a penalty. If you don't turn him, it's not.
Charge timeout. The first timeout on the field for Mel Tucker.
All right, now Michigan State going to call their first timeout, leading by 4, 14-10, and they'll take a commercial break. So we'll regroup, hit the reset button, and we'll see if we can get any more excited for this game. Like I said, I'm just not feeling today for some reason. Yeah, senior day, it's just one of those games. It's like the energy's just not for myself. Either of these teams, even though 24 total points scored, there's no fans. It's just, it's more different than what it's been all season long. It's just that game that, of course, yeah, we all need to be aware of. Might be a trap game for, as I like to call them, one of these two teams. But, you know, both these teams have only 2 wins apiece. And Penn State's have come in back-to-back weeks after starting out 0-5. At least Michigan State has been somewhat balanced in that regard. Yeah, lost to Rutgers week 1. They beat Michigan then week 2. They had a game canceled against Maryland. Beat Northwestern, surprisingly, and then got blown out by Ohio State. So, I mean, I there's not really much else to say. There's not. You know, yeah, honestly, yeah, I'd probably be more into it Penn State was 7-0 right now, or 5-2 rather than 2-5. Losses to, you would think, or sit 4-3. We'll say losses to Indiana, Ohio State, and Iowa. Or 1-4 with a win against Maryland in those first 5 games. Because the Terps didn't do a damn thing other than fumble, scoop, and score in the second half. You know, Penn State could have came back and won that. Keywords could have, should have as well. Yeah, they just didn't do enough to win those first 5 games. You know, should have beat Indiana, should have beat Maryland, should have beat Nebraska. So, I mean, Ohio State and Iowa. I mean, Indiana doesn't beat them week 1. Indiana probably doesn't have the season they're having right now. So, congrats to them. But, you know, like I said, keywords could have, should have, you know, all that in between. They didn't do enough to win. You know, when those games were played over the past almost 2 months now, come Christmas Eve from the start of the season. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, there's not really much else to say, honestly. If only, as Missouri blocks a punt at the 5-yard line, and it looks like they get in for a touchdown. Or they say Mizzou ball at the half-yard line, 1st and goal. So after the penalty and the timeout, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 27-yard line. Hand off Kevon Lee to the 31-yard line for 4. Yeah, time's gonna fly by here over the next month. We're less than a month away from the national title game, less than 2 months away from the Super Bowl. Got the College Football Playoff semis, Rose and Sugar on New Year's Day. Got the NFL playoffs starting shortly then after. Regular season ending here soon. Bowl games going to kick off. All that. It's all wrapped up into one right now. And whatever it spits out is what we're going to get, whether we like it or not. So Yeah, that's where we stand, honestly. And these next 2 months are going to fly by. Trips near side out of the gun from the 43. Clifford handoff for 3 yards to the 46. For there's Kevon Lee once again. Got Journey Brown wearing 4, Noah Kane wearing 21, and then Ford 28. Kevon Lee wearing Miles Sanders 24, and then Keziah Holmes wearing Saquon Barkley's 26. Second down, and a quarterback keeper, nowhere to go, third down. That's what I mean, like, come on. Like, run something else, why don't you? Like, please throw deep, or throw the ball on play action. Open up the screen game. Quit running a damn zone read. Play after play after play. No wonder you're getting stops, because defense knows exactly what's coming. It's not that hard. It's not rocket science, folks. It's common sense. 3:53 to play here in this first half already. Holy hell, this game is flying by. Maybe we'll get done by 3 o'clock before Army Navy kicks off.
And then went to play in East Lansing for Michigan State and has had a great career.
Hopefully Penn State comes out on top. Complete, no, a little too high, incomplete near side. Right past first down marker there, intended for John Dodson. 4th down again, so Penn State going to punt. Giving Michigan State the ball back with 2 timeouts and 3.5 to play. Up 4 before halftime, for God's sakes. Like, come on. Can you not do anything else on offense? Because if not, and you can't stop them on defense, you're going to get blown out here, and it's going to be a long afternoon.
Yeah, it does take some courage. You have an injury like that to not even bat an eye and say, oh, heck, I'm forget never playing again. I want to play as soon as I can.
Jordan Stout's punt going to be signaled for a fair catch at the 12-yard line. Fair caught right there. It's first down Spartans from there. 1st and 10 with 3:23 to play. All right.
That's what he calls himself on Instagram. I want some of that seafood mac and cheese, and I know our producer John Kettering wants one mailed to him.
Yeah, he gave Antoine his home address and said, you know, if you have a little extra batch, just throw some dry ice and wrap it up, and I accept.
From the 13, officially 1st and 10. Hand off for 3 yards to 16. 2nd down and 7. Didn't know Michigan State was going to be wearing those throwback helmets here today. Just with a throwback logo in place of the green and white Spartan logo they normally have. That's the old school. Other than the block S that both Penn State and Michigan State use. Another handoff and a first down run for Sparty. Ball 24-yard line, 1st and 10. Michigan State drives here, scores before half. Go up 10, 11 points. Not going to be good for Penn State early 3rd quarter. Trying to get out of the hole they're in. Moving, of course, towards the end of the game. Give him a... Holy hell, that's a damn good spot right there. He barely got back of the line of scrimmage. They say he gained 2 yards. There's no way he gained 2 yards on that. No way. Now they say touchdown on the... What the hell? Yeah, someone's not into it either in the truck. Because they just signaled touchdown on the scoreboard. and gave them a free 6 points. In the meantime, while there's first down pass far side, 1st and 10, Michigan State.
Hasn't impacted the game because Michigan State is doing a really good job of making sure that he's not in or around the line of scrimmage. Rutgers did that last week, moving him out of the box by formation.
With 1:54 to play in the first half, Michigan State, a little play action, deep ball, far side. It's caught at the 45-yard line, and then down to the 26 for another big first down for Michigan State, as they continue just to move this ball all over Penn State's defense today. This passing attack is just, for them at least, unstoppable.
Michigan State's offense, this is the best this offense has looked all season.
Yeah.
I think so.
I've seen Michigan State play a few games out of the pistol. Handoff, and then a handoff on the end around, and then back to the quarterback for a flea flicker, and then a pass complete inside the 10-yard line down to the 7 for a 1st and goal. What a play call. A little trickery, and Michigan State's now knocking on the door, about to extend the lead to anywhere from, well, it's going to be 11 points. It's 10 right now, pending the extra point, because Michigan State Spartans just scored once again for the 3rd time here this afternoon with their 3rd passing touchdown. Like, Jesus Christ. Well, you try to stop the pass instead of the run, but when you do that and you quit trying to stop the run, they're going to run the ball on you. Michigan State, surprisingly, coming out of nowhere today with 3 passing touchdowns here in this quarter. Now leading Penn State 21-10 with a minute and a half to play in the first half as the Lions get the ball back with 3 timeouts.
Normally fans get excited about the backup quarterback because they always.
This is one of those games I'm about to fall asleep to. Like, this is just.
It's a very fair question. I would say 2 things. That's not a knock on Rocky Lombardi, who's done some good things as the starter.
I don't even know what to say. I've said enough this season. I mean, everyone knows how I feel. It's just a little disappointing. Hey, at least the scoreboard operator did get the touchdown right. He just got it right, a few minutes in advance before they did actually score. So now you can put that actually up there. 21-10, Michigan State on to kick off. And a little squib field to the 20-yard line, Penn State on the return. Good return there, and the ball comes out late. It'll be 1st and 10, blue and white, though, from around the 40-yard line, it looks like. Unless, of course, they say fumble and, Michigan State ball. Rolling on the field, runner was down. So Penn State football.
So they say, even though there was some argument on the field, that the return man was down, and Penn State has the football. So at the 35-yard line, with timeouts in hand, we'll see if the Nittany Lions can make something here at the end of the first half.
Feeling confident about a 2-minute drive. We'll see what the first play is.
Clifford, pass complete to Keandre Lambert-Smith. Michigan State on the tackle, taking down the ref. Only 2 yards on the reception, though. 2nd down. Clock's ticking. You got 3 timeouts. They're in no hurry, though. Trips near side out of the gun. Ball 37. Clifford once again gets to dump it off to Dodson over the middle. And he picks up about 4 yards, so 3rd down. 50 seconds and counting. They're in no hurry to call any of their 3 timeouts either. Ball at the 41-yard line. Now, maybe they would have got a first down on that. Yeah, maybe call one there, but maybe call one now. No, it's incomplete, intended for Dodson, so you hurry up a little too much, and now you're going to punt again and give Michigan State the goddamn ball back. Like, side, and all Franklin can do is stand there with his goddamn arms crossed. Hey, talk to you about this, talk to you about that, talk to his coaches up in the box, move his headset all over the place. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. No, he's going to kick. This is the right call. You punt. You pin them deep. You don't want to give them the ball 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line, already in field goal range with 2 timeouts and 37 seconds before halftime, to potentially go up 2 scores on you when they're already up 11. So now Penn State's going to call a timeout just to regroup, get things straight, make sure this is what they want to do, of course. Maybe a fake punt, but highly doubt it. You punt, pin them deep, make them drive the length of the field to score before halftime. Already up 11 for Michigan State. 2 timeouts, 30 seconds once they get the ball back. For the most part, they won't do anything, either. So, we'll head on into halftime. Michigan State leading Penn State here for the most part, probably going to be 21-10, unless something dramatically changes in the next 37 seconds of football.
Pretty good time here for Michigan State to set up a return.
Well, that looks like what they're doing. They've got a lot of their defense out on the field for this punt.
So Penn State now on to punt. It's going to bounce inside the 20 and then out of bounds. The 20. No, at the 18. 1st and 10 from there. But Michigan State up 11. They have 2 timeouts and 28 seconds. And their last 3 touchdown drives, all 3 passing touchdowns, they've been able to move the ball extremely fast and extremely well and score with 6. And they have an 11-point lead. They're actually just going to take a knee. So at the half, Michigan State leads Penn State 21-10 on the road here on this December the 12th.
201 yards and 3 touchdowns. Talk about not wasting your shot, man.
The Spartans may have found themselves perfectly, and it just has this unique taste that compares to no other. Once I bite into it,
A little surprising we sit here at the half, Michigan State leading by 11, 21-10. But it is 1:30. Normal hour and a half first half with 35-minute quarters and commercial breaks. So just a little upscaled a little bit, I'm thinking. Fast first half, I thought. But maybe it's going to be a tale of 2 halves. Penn State has to stop the pass. Okay, Michigan State has 3 passing touchdowns. Peyton Thorne has 202 yards passing with 3 touchdowns. Has that pick that, of course, they kept possession on because Penn State fumbled with the return. So they're split in turnovers and then penalties in favor of Michigan State. Penn State with a few too many. But Penn State, once again here, they have to dig themselves out of the hole they're in. Down 11, 6-minute ball game. Just, I don't know if I'm talking a lot or what, but this first half just, for me at least, flew by. Like, I don't know if there's been a faster first half for Penn State football at all this season. Maybe it's just me today. I don't know. But at the half, Michigan State leads Penn State 21-10. We got Peyton Thorne and Sean Clifford passing. A thorn in Penn State's defense side. He's 11 of 13 for 202 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, and a pick. Simmons rushing has 8 carries for 39 yards. And then Naylor, 4 catches, 71 yards, and 2 scores. Dotson, 3 of 48, along with Reed having 2 catches for 46 yards. Morgan, 1 of 26 on the score, and then Mosley, 1 of 11. Penn State on the flip side. Clifford's 9 of 14 for 92 yards passing. Sean Clifford has 7 carries as well as he leads the team in rushing with 44 yards and a score. Kevon Lee, 7 carries for 20 yards. Levis, 4-9. And then Penn State receiving Jahan Dotson has 3 catches for 26 yards. Kevon Lee, 1 of 7. And then Keandre Lambert-Smith, 1 of 2. Just, they're not getting the ball to people. They're not balanced. They're not consistent. You know, play calling. The coaching can be better. The players should be playing better. But, of course, they're not. They're trailing once again. They're going to try to get out of the hole they're in. Down 11 at the half, 21-10 against Michigan State in the battle for the Land-Grant Trophy. Alabama leads Arkansas 38-3 at the half. Georgia leads Missouri 21-14, also at the half. So maybe these games are just, with how they're being played, just absolutely flying by today. I mean, I get it's 1:30. I mean, that's normally for noon games when halftime is, if not a little later or even a little bit before. But for me, the Michigan State-Penn State game just seems to be flying by. Because Michigan State's doing everything. Penn State can't do a goddamn thing. They can't do a damn thing on offense. Clifford does have that rushing touchdown, okay? And they have a field goal. But they had another touchdown. And that's honestly where it all started. Had that touchdown on their opening drive. Called back for a penalty. And then the script flipped. With Michigan State taking it over. Having control with the advantage. 3 passing touchdowns later, they lead by 11. So, it's just, if only, once again, here we are, they can dig themselves out of the hole. I don't know. Maybe it's because the game got switched from 3:30 to noon. But, you know, Michigan State had to travel. You didn't. You're in the same boat they are, playing against each other. Why is it always fighting something? Fighting whoever, whatever name you want to put with it. Keep it to one, not everybody. Northwestern hosting Illinois. It was 7-3 when we last saw. Now 14-3 at the half, Wildcats. But, okay, yeah, Clifford has that rushing touchdown, but they can't stop the pass, and they can't run the ball. I mean, when your starting quarterback once again leads the team in passing and rushing, there's something seriously wrong. Like, come on now, man. With going back to that touchdown they had and they got called off the board, do a penalty. That's honestly where this all started. And Michigan State's taken over since. 7-3, 10-7. And now they've scored 14 unanswered and lead by 11 at the half, 21-10. So that's honestly where we sit at. And there's not much else to say because with the way they played all season long, they know, we know everything they've done on top of what they know, and we know they could do better. I'm not going to be shocked if Franklin moves on from a few different assistants, whether it be both coordinators on offense and defense, and bring in somebody else. You can't be running the same play time and time again and not expect to get stopped if you're already getting stopped. How much else, can be said? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's baffling. It honestly is like, it's been so hard to watch, and they've won 2 in a row, okay? close, but they've won 2 in a row by 10 and then 16 there last week against Rutgers. Trailing by 11. Arguably, yeah, this is the best Michigan State's looked all season long. They've scored in the 20s a few times. Well, here they are already at halftime, up 21-10. And if Penn State can't stop the pass in this third quarter, even if they do, but then they can't stop the run, and then they still can't do anything on offense, it's going to be a long second half for Penn State. And Michigan State's going to come out on top. I mean, honestly, that's just how this game is. What else is there to be said? There's nothing else that I honestly, one, can think of to pinpoint it and put it all together. And, like, I'm just sitting here watching this, calling it as I see it. They're the ones coaching. They're the ones playing. And when you have the other team coaching right now and playing better than you, you would think at least, okay? But that's a strong couple key words. You would think that Penn State would try to be doing the same. But by the looks of it, of course not. So, here we are. I mean, okay, even if they would lose today, win then next week, and then still go to a bowl game, potentially, win that, you're still going to finish with a losing record. You're 2-5. You lose today, you're 2-6. You win out, you're 4-6. But you win today, you win next week, you win your bowl game, you're 5-5. You got to win out to get to 500. But hell, they could lose today, lose next week, not even go to a bowl game, and finish at 2-7. So, just overall disappointing. Would it have been like this if they would have waited till the spring? Who knows? You know, it goes back to the Big Ten with, hey, we're going to play. Not even a week later, hey, now we're not going to play. We're going to cancel. We're going to wait. Everyone else is going to play. You know, we're just going to be the only ones out. But in the meantime, since everybody else is playing and everything's going fine, well, we're going to come back and play now. You know, if the leadership in the Big Ten Conference was better, this season with, I get the cancellations, okay, it's 2020. I understand it. Like, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. You wouldn't be getting scrutinized for what's been going on as of late. But the season probably wouldn't be as bad for a few of these teams on top of that. But at the same time, like I said, you're in the same boat as everyone, okay? Except for some reason you have a hole here and there and you're sinking and you can't get out of it, okay? Like Penn State, 0-5, first time ever. Who would have thought that? Who would ever thought they'd be playing a home football game in the middle of December, less than 2 weeks before Christmas? Like I said, this field looks as good, if not the best it's ever looked at this point in time of the year. You know, because normally the final home game, the field looks like absolute shit. Because they've played on it 6, 7, 8 times since the beginning of September. But we'll see what happens here. I mean, they shot there at the Lion Shrine down by Rec Hall. Creamery ice cream sounds good right now, too. That gabagool after Rutgers win was damn good as well. But if only they had a consistent running game, weren't turning the ball over, committing 2 penalties, digging themselves out of the hole, you know, they got in. We wouldn't be talking about any of this. We'd be talking about until something goes wrong, of course. Everything that's been good that's come out of this. So, yeah. 21-10 Michigan State at the half against Penn State. Alabama leads Arkansas 38-3. Georgia 21-14 over Missouri. We also just got Minnesota, Nebraska going to the half at 17-14. Golden Gophers over the Cornhuskers. Maryland leads Rutgers 3-0 at the half. Colorado, Utah 4-point lead for the Buffs over the Utes at the half. Northwestern 14-3 over Illinois, halftime as well. In the MAC, we got a few close games with Eastern Michigan and Northern Illinois, 20-10 Eagles over the Huskies. And then all these games are at the half. Holy shit. Once again, literally every single game at noon right now is at halftime. Eastern Michigan leads Northern Illinois 20-10. Western Michigan leads Ball State 20-13. And then Louisville leads Wake Forest 21-10. Rice UAB actually just kicked off, so they are just underway. Few games canceled. Once again, Michigan, Ohio State in the game. Oklahoma was trying to go to Morgantown, faces off against West Virginia for the second time this year. Still hasn't happened. Canceled once again. However, still to come in college football later on today. We got Akron and Buffalo, Coastal Carolina and Troy. Coastal Carolina, of course, coming off that BYU win last weekend. We got Central Michigan, Toledo. America's game with Army and Navy from West Point for the first time since World War II. First time since World War II that either site of Army West Point or Navy in Annapolis is hosting this game, not at a neutral site due to COVID. Good one in the ACC with Carolina, Miami, Wisconsin, Iowa as well on FS1 330. Oklahoma State, Baylor, Houston, Memphis, Old Oak and Bucket, Purdue and Indiana got canceled, as did Cincinnati and Tulsa. However, they'll meet next week for the American Athletic Conference Championship. Cal, Washington State at 4 o'clock, along with Duke and Florida State. Tennessee and Vandy. Vandy at 0-8. Going to be looking for a new head football coach here. Maybe James Franklin, maybe someone else. Texas, Kansas, along with Washington and Oregon, both canceled. Boise State will head to Wyoming to take on the Cowboys. Last night we saw San Jose State defeat Nevada 30-20, and San Jose State, a previous opponent of Penn State's for this season, of course, it might get played, as was Nevada before they backed out. Penn State's go to Kent State again. That game was actually good last night, as wasn't Arizona State, Arizona 70-7. Sun Devils over the Wildcats in the blowout. North Texas beat UTEP 45-43 last night as well. But San Jose State going to be playing for the Mountain West Conference Championship next weekend now. On Thursday night, Southern Miss beat Florida Atlantic by 14, 45-31. And then Pitt played their final game at Georgia Tech, winning 34-20, as they, along with Boston College, have elected not, even with bowl eligibility for everyone, and regardless if it's for everyone or not this year, they have 6 wins. So technically, in a normal season, they're bowl eligible. Both Pitt and Boston College have backed out of the ACC for playing in a bowl game this upcoming bowl season. So both Pitt and BC will not be playing in a bowl game this year, which is a little disappointing, honestly. But maybe that opens up the door for a few other teams who might be on the outside looking in. But no, we got Boise State, Wyoming, App State, Georgia, Southern going to be a good one in the Sun Belt 6 o'clock. LSU, Florida, Louisiana Tech, TCU, a rare non-conference mid-December game. USC, UCLA, this is an old school rivalry right there in Southern California. That's 7:30 ABC later on tonight. That should be a good one. Auburn, Mississippi State, Battle of the Commonwealth down in Virginia with the Cavs and Hokies, Virginia and Virginia Tech. Both teams, as Virginia's, of course, in Charlottesville, Virginia Tech, and Blacksburg. Tech has 6 losses now after losing Clemson last weekend. Virginia trying to get their 6th win, as they sit at 5-4, heading to a 4-6 Virginia Tech team, who Penn State was also supposed to play this year, but of course no non-conference games wasn't played. Penn State over the next 5-6 years, good non-conference games with home and homes with Auburn, West Virginia, and Virginia Tech. We'll see if the road game with Waud Tech can be made up by any means, which they could, they probably will, they should at least. Very rarely you see a non-conference 5 years apart with home and home. It's back-to-back. But they're supposed to go to Blacksburg this year, mid-September, and then not get Virginia Tech and Happy Valley until 2025. So maybe 2025, 2026 after 2021, 22 with Auburn, and then 2023, 2024 with West Virginia, I believe it is. I know it's West Virginia. I'm not 100% sure exact on the years, though. As of course, that's still a long ways away. But time flies. We'll be there before we know it. Ole Miss A&M was postponed once again. Utah State pulling out against Colorado State with some controversy. It's canceled. We got San Diego State, BYU, along with Stanford and Oregon State later on tonight. Fresno State, New Mexico, UNLV, Hawaii as well. However, next week during Conference Championship weekend, Louisiana Monroe and Troy got the Pac-12, Conference USA, and MAC title games on next Friday, December the 18th, with Buffalo the only opponent in any of those 3 games in the MAC, Pac-12, and Conference USA is still to be decided. Georgia Tech and Miami were supposed to play regular season, game canceled though. We'll still get Florida State, Wake Forest, along with Texas A&M and Tennessee. Vandy and Georgia, along with Air Force and Army, Mizzou, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, LSU. Along with Big Ten Champions Week, potentially with a few other games added in as well. However, right now we're underway in the second half. Penn State on the kickoff return from the goal line, trailing by 11 here at home against Michigan State, 21-10. First and 10 line from 25-yard line. We'll also have the Mountain West Conference Championship game next weekend. The Big Ten with Northwestern and Ohio State. That'll be at noon Eastern time next week on Fox. Kick times for Conference Championship Saturday moving around this year. Normally that's an 8 o'clock game. This year on Fox will be at noon from Indianapolis with Northwestern and Ohio State, a rematch from a few years ago. Also at noon next week on ABC, the Big 12 title game from Dallas, Oklahoma and Iowa State in a rematch from earlier this season. Sun Belt will be Louisiana Lafayette and Coastal Carolina. That's also at noon, so that should be a damn good game as well. We also have Clemson and Notre Dame in a rematch. 4 o'clock next Saturday on ABC, the ACC Championship. And then both the American Athletic Conference Championship games and SEC title games will be next Saturday night at 8 o'clock on ABC and CBS respectively, with Alabama and Florida squaring off in Atlanta for this title to get to the college football playoff. Second down, incomplete over the middle for Penn State's Brent Stranger Things, and a quick third down already. Not even a minute into the second half for Penn State, as they trail by 11 once again against Michigan State, 21-10. So from the 36, trip stop your screen, maybe a little bit of a false start. Clifford on the slant over the middle, though, caught first down to Dotson. I mean, where has that been all season long? I get it all starts up front. You got to be able to block. You can't block, you can't do anything because you have to block to run. You have to block to open up the throw. You have to run to throw. You have to throw to run. Play good defense. Blah 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 blah. I've said it all season long. But it's just the execution. Can they actually go out and play? First and 10, Penn State from the 48 in Michigan State territory. Handoff from Will Levis to Kevon Lee for a few yards, about 4 yards exactly, on that pickup, and they'll bring up a second down and 6.
Put pressure on them. They haven't really taken shots down the field. It's been
So,
the
yeah.
quick passing game, and really that's what Penn State does well. It's the quick passing game. It's not the shots down the field. The intermediate game.
They are giving Will Levis some snaps.
So yeah, Will Levis going to stand at quarterback now.
They did it a couple times toward the end of the first half, doing it here on 2nd and 5.
Looking to throw, and it's going to be caught after the deflection. Lucky by Keandre Lambert Smith to come down with that. Almost picked off. Yeah, get him the hell out of there. Get Clifford back in. Was going to Parker Washington. Hit him right in the hands, incomplete, then batted up in the air. And Keandre Lambert Smith comes down with it for a Penn State first down at the 32-yard line. Trips near side of the gun, Clifford back in at quarterback. And a quarterback design run on the keeper, no yardage, maybe a yard or so on the run, but that's it, nothing. Second down.
I'm not a big fan of the system of switching quarterbacks an awful lot, and even
that and running the zone read every time. I know, Rod Gilmore, I get it. At least you understand too. He'll tell you straight how it is. Unlike some of the announcers. 2nd and 9 from 31.
2nd and 9. Strange, the tight end in motion.
Clifford completed the 19. First down, Penn State again. That's Dawson on the reception. As Penn State enters the red zone, but you have to be able to execute once they get in here. Can't have any penalties taking a touchdown off the board. Settling for field goals. No, you have to score touchdowns. Dotson going to be lined up out wide, top of your screen. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 19-yard line.
Part of the field where the Nittany Lions have struggled so much on offense, at least if you judge it by getting into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
This is quarterback run game territory for Penn State.
Clifford completes to Dawson again at the 15. He's going to lower his shoulder, get to the 10. He's going to be about a yard shy, though, of a first down. It's a 2nd and 1.
That's a throw that gave Dawson a chance to do something with the ball after the catch. Gets the ball out there quickly for him. He's got a chance, a little room, he can make a move. This is what he needs to be able to do. He is tremendous with the ball in his hands.
Penn State going to run it. Lee gets 2 yards on 2nd and 1. 1st and goal from the 9.
Tough going inside there with Jacob Slade, 64 in the middle. He makes it really difficult. 6'4", 310. You see there was a big pile up inside. And that tends to happen when Slade is right there in the middle.
Jacob Honishuk today for Michigan State along the defensive line. He is unavailable. Those red zone numbers as far as the TD percentage, ugly. If you go back last 16 times Penn State's had it inside the 20, they have only 5 touchdowns. Not good.
1st and goal. Clifford going to roll out near side. That's a hold. President threw a penalty flag on it. And then Clifford just throws it into the crowd of the people that are there in the stands. Incomplete, 2nd down.
Michigan State wants to have Clifford on
And they got lucky, I think, with
I've seen him make some great throws.
no holding there on that hold. That was a for sure hold that they didn't throw the flag for some reason. I don't know why. From the 8, second and goal, Clifford over the middle, complete touchdown, Penn State. Parker Washington from 8 yards out, and then touchdown reception. And Penn State cuts to 5, pending the extra point from Pinniger. 10:07 play here in the third quarter. 3-step drop, good protection. Finds Washington over the middle for the score in the back of the end zone, touchdown. Penn State, and now they're going to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. Kick the extra point, because you don't get this, you're down 5. Because you force them to a field goal, they're up 7, and then you're only down a touchdown. But then you'll need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it. Clifford, and okay, it's caught. 2 points good. Dotson on the conversion, 21-18 now. So I get it. All right, whatever. It is what it is. Get the 2. But if you don't, you're screwed. You know, you're just putting yourself in a bigger hole. But Penn State coming back. Still a lot of football to be played, though. 10:07 to play in the third quarter. So 25:07 exactly to the final second here in this ball game for the Battle of the Land Grant Trophy. As Penn State cuts the lead to 3, Michigan State now only leads by 3, 21-18. However, Sparty going to get the ball back here for the first time in this second half. So Penn State has to stop the pass game. Michigan State surprisingly has 3 passing touchdowns with a quarterback starting his first ever college football game today on the road in Happy Valley over Beaver Stadium against the Penn State Lions. Peyton Thorne, he's been a thorn in the side of Penn State's defense thus far. Does have an interception that Penn State could have capitalized on, but they fumbled on the return, gave the ball right back to Michigan State, first down and 10 from there. That was on the opening drive, had a lot of weird circumstances there with just how everything went. Very odd sequence. You know, you normally really don't see that by any means. But, and if you do, I mean, once in a blue moon maybe. But, Penn State got the ball, scored a touchdown, but then got called back for a penalty and then settled for a field goal. And Michigan State since then, 3 touchdowns. Penn State another touchdown and a field goal. That field goal, actually. And they trailed by 11, 21-10, but they just scored on their opening drive here in the second half. So if they can only continue to dig themselves out of the hole they're in, now only down 3 because they went for 2 and got it, they could make this a ball game here late. At least just get it in the fourth quarter, playing at home. I get there's no fans, no crowd by any means, but the last few meetings with, from what I can recall, Michigan State coming to Happy Valley, Penn State's only beaten them once in 2016, and that's over the last decade. Okay, because they wouldn't have met in 2011, 2012, or 2013. However, in 10 and 14, Michigan State came here and won both games on Senior Day. 8-2 record for Penn State on Senior Day against Spartans. And then 15, Penn State went up there and got blown out. Hell, they had an offensive lineman score a touchdown, if I can recall correctly. Penn State went to Gator Bowl. Lost to Georgia. Georgia leads Missouri on the road in the SEC East. Missouri wouldn't be a bad option. I think they were a choice for the Big Ten, you know, with contrary alignment back then. But, of course, they didn't get in. Nebraska did. What's the Aflac trivia question?
All right, it's our Aflac trivia question. Penn State has not had a win at home this year.
1888.
The last time the Nittany Lions finished the season with 0 home wins.
1888.
Hoping that
I told you guys that answer earlier. Top the show. I do my homework. Last time Penn State did not have a home win. No, it's 1888.
I mean, that would have been a good guess. But the way that was worded made it sound like it has happened before. Here's George Simmons, who...
It's 1888. I'll be shocked if it's something else.
A very nice running play on first down for the Spartans.
Because for the most part, Penn State's won at least year in, year out, at least 5-6 games a year. Okay, averaged. So, and you split those with home and away. It was 1888. They lost on the Old Main Lawn, I believe, to, because I didn't write that down, I should have, not knowing it'd be the athletic trivia question by means. But I believe it was Bucknell, and it's 1888.
Okay, we asked the question. We don't want to keep you in suspense too long. Last time Penn State finished a season with... Oh, you're kidding me. Come on. Come on. There's some gallows humor in that one.
Okay, they say 1918 because of the Spanish flu pandemic, and now here we are, another pandemic. So technically yes, but no. You go back to 1888. They only played 2 games, both home games, and they lost them both. Last time Penn State finished without a home win.
I mean, so basically, it didn't matter what Franklin or Penn State did this season. They were cursed.
Trips in a bunch for Michigan State near side. So they say 1918 for the answer, which is technically right, but you got to go back, another almost 30 years before that. And on third down, Peyton Thorne gonna get rid of it incomplete. No, but in 15 and 16, the winners of this game went on and won the Big Ten. 15, Michigan State blew them out. 16, Penn State came back down to the half and blew them out. Won the Big Ten East, and then beat Wisconsin in the Big Ten title before, of course, both teams lost in the New Year's Six. Michigan State won the playoff, blown out by Alabama. Penn State lost to USC on a game-winning field goal in the Rose Bowl. 17 and 18 with these two teams. Michigan State won both. First and 10, Penn State when we come back after the punt return. The Lions trail by 3, 21-18 against the Spartans. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. 3.5-hour rain delay. Michigan State won on a game winning field goal in 17. 18, Penn State blew it. Back-to-back games after a bye week with Ohio State, Michigan State, and just, they ended up losing Michigan and then Kentucky in the bowl game that year too in 18. But and last year they won in the rain, 28-7. They're missing Pat Fryermuth. He had a big game against Michigan State last year, from what I recall. He's been out injured for the past few games after the Ohio State game, in which he suffered the injury on Halloween. Played a bit, but not a lot, and then, of course, season-ending surgery afterwards. So they're going strange a bit more today, which is a good sign, but they're still not consistent at running the football, whether they're picking up first downs here or there or not. Yes, they're on trail by 3, but come back, those penalties are just still killing them. They are. And they can't stop Michigan State's pass. But honestly, they're lucky to be only down 3 right now. But there's still a lot of football to be played. So midway through the third quarter here, we'll come out of this commercial break following the punt for catch. The first 10, Penn State down 3 at home against Michigan State 21-18 once again. So, yes, as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football. Tune back in tomorrow as well for college football into the NFL with some NFL live reactions, play starters of Saturday now on Sunday. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always get appreciated. As well, just hit that red subscribe button. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Easiest way to stay updated.
Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days.
The journey is on. Countdown to the College Playoff National Championship, Monday, January 11th on ESPN.
Jahan Dawson's a speedster wide receiver with elite hands. He gets his inspiration from his mother, Robin. Last season, Robin was going through multiple myeloma cancer treatments and had to watch her son's first touchdown against Buffalo while she was in the hospital. Jahan told me he's just like his mom, laid back and competitive. And without question, his mom has always been his #1 supporter. He also said Robin's doing well, working from home, and has a wonderful attitude. Clearly, a mother
From the
and a son.
15, out of the gun, trip stop your screen. Clifford just going to hand off. No gain on the play.
Great story, Paul. Great insight. And multiple myeloma, a lot of folks don't know about it. It's a blood cancer, and it is marked by times of kind of a roller coaster of remission and relapse. And there currently is not a cure, but there's some wonderful treatments thanks to the V Foundation and other organizations with cancer research. There are great treatments.
Same formation from the 14, second and 11 now. And then ball going to be batted down to the line of scrimmage, incomplete, third down. Jesus Christ.
Big difference for the lives of many. That pass was knocked down. So we ask, even during these challenging times, if you can, v.org/donate, the place to go. All donations benefit the V Foundation for Cancer Research to help folks like Jahan's great mom and many, many others.
So much progress being made with that cancer research. So much of it. Cancer's on the line.
Another bat down the line of scrimmage, incomplete, fourth down. Jesus Christ. Back and forth with the punts now. And weather could play a factor here late, okay? Rain expected starting at 4 o'clock. Maybe a little before, maybe a little after. Game should be over by that point, though. But just think if this game was still at 3:30, we'd be playing in the rain, as we did last year. So they bump it up, regardless if it was going to rain or not, because of a cancellation with Michigan and Ohio State. So could play a factor potentially late if it does start in fact raining, or hell, even snowing. And they've played in the snow before too, so we'll see what happens here. But Big Ten Champions Week next weekend, we'll get more into the standings shortly. College football playoff selection show, semis with the Rose and Sugar, national championship games on January the 11th, so a month from yesterday. A month from last night is the 2020-2021 college football playoff national championship game down in Miami. Less than a month from then, Super Bowl 55 in Tampa. So, that national title game will wrap up wild card weekend in the NFL playoffs, as the NFL playoffs will begin that weekend. So, we see a few teams here, top 10 rankings, top 25. We'll go over those as well. Some teams are done for already this year, just waiting to play their conference title game or a bowl berth, because they've been playing since September. Big Ten, of course, didn't start playing until the week before Halloween. So, it's 2020, it's just how it is, folks. 22, good number on the carry there. Broke a tackle. Ellis Brooks, that's a hold. Throws the penalty flag. First down, Michigan State. Got some turf up in his face mask.
And that's really a statement of if you are a Power 5 team and likely to have a conference title, you're going to be ranked higher.
But now it's 1st and 10, Spartans from 38. Big hit there by Brisker, who has the interception, but then he fumbled the return. You know, Penn State, I mean, I get they scored 3 off of that after Michigan State punted, but, you know, they scored, could have scored 7, you know, right then and there. But, of course, they did. Well, they did, but it got called back for a penalty.
Maybe through their conference championship game all the way to 11-0, whether that would have been good enough with extra wins, extra games to make a better case.
Well, I guess for the committee, sometimes extra data matters and sometimes it doesn't, right?
I do think there's
Brooks and Shaka on the stop. Pickup of about 4 yards. Will be 3rd down and medium here for Michigan State. We're just trading punts now back and forth with these two. Our Michigan State nearing field goal range, so we'll see if they get any closer if they don't pick up 1st down here. Well, they're going to get an automatic 1st down because Penn State just jumped off sides. Deep ball in the end zone, incomplete. You know, I was going to say if they don't pick up 1st down, maybe they kick it, maybe they don't. But they're going to keep this drive alive just because Penn State just gave them, once again, another free 5 yards. Come on.
That's just situation awareness of the quarterback. Recognizing that he's got a free down and takes advantage of it.
It's a good point, and it's what you've said and what Clark has said a lot in this game. You know, we highlight the family history of Peyton Thorne, and, you know, it's not just because we think it's cool, although maybe that's part of it, but a grandfather who's a legendary.
But that last time, he was able to attack the box and was in on the play.
Get that opportunity. I'm watching him on the sideline. This guy is a leader. He's spending a ton of time with the offensive line, his wide receivers, and in one of the prior meetings with the wide receivers, he wants to take some more shots.
Under center. Thorne going to hand off. And Connor Hayward finally getting carry. Gets 1 to the 21.
Bring some pressure here on 2nd and 9. You're in the red zone. Very typical of defensive coordinators to bring some pressure.
Maybe this Peyton Thorne is going to be the next good Michigan State quarterback. Nobody honestly really knows right now because he's so young. You know, like I said earlier, after Connor Cook, I mean, they had Brian McGorky there, but they always have a good quarterback, and they always have, for the most part, a good running game with a good wide receiver or two. And they play good defense. They beat you in the trenches.
12 is playing out in space over there.
Pass complete the 5-yard line. 1st and goal Spartans. Who made that hit? Because he's injured now, out of bounds. It looked like Keaton Ellis came in late. But now it's Jaquan Brisker down with an injury out of bounds near the visiting tunnel for opponents on the Michigan State sideline. So 1st and goal now for MSU, up 3, 21-18. About to punch it in and extend their lead here before the end of the 3rd quarter. Penn State defense has to make a stop. Has to make a stop.
Labradoodles, grown-ups, squirts, it's a skirt and shorts. The world loves a hybrid. So do businesses. So today, they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach lets them use Watson AI to modernize without rebuilding and bring all their partners and customers together in one place. That's why businesses from retail to banking are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the of IBM.
decades to brew a cup? We'll tell you why Green Mountain Coffee Roasters Nantucket Blend is so smooth. Let's go to one of the places the coffee comes from, Honduras. This is Mario and his wife Shayla. Mario grows coffee that helps make Nantucket Blend taste phenomenal. So we support his recycling of nutrient-rich water to help make his soil rich, his coffee delicious, and his land stunningly beautiful. It's the second most stunning thing in his life. Number one, being Shayla. All for a smoother tasting cup. Green Mountain Coffee Roasters, packed with goodness. Next time you carry out 3 topping Domino's pizzas for $7.99 each, try Domino's Carside Delivery. Just check in online and we'll quickly and safely bring out your food so you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Penny here.
Hey Hamlet, I like your PJs.
Looking forward to the season? Yep. I'm working on my anticipation. Gotta stay one step ahead. Anticipation is key. So are you enjoying life in the house? Always. Yeah, my family's doing good. Thanks for asking. You should probably get that. It's your mom. Hello? Hey, Mrs. Tebow. Chicken waffle sounds great. Nice talking to you too, Mrs. T. Yes. Yes. But don't even think about asking that.
Celebrity Wheel of Fortune premieres January 7th on ABC.
You're watching the Big Ten on ABC. From State College, Pennsylvania, Penn State University, the Nittany Lions down 3. Third quarter, 21-18 Michigan State, and Spartans knocking on the door. First and goal. Juan Brisker came up off the field, went into the injury tent for
First and goal from the 4 following injury timeout.
out there. On first and goal,
Michigan State about to score here and extend their lead.
under center.
Handoff, no gain on the play.
Before he got back to the line of scrimmage.
Mustafer and Brooks on the stop. Mustafer wearing that neck brace.
When you see him in the game, you always start to think in terms of, hey, maybe he's going to catch the ball for them.
You know, he's turned into a weapon for this team, and you said it there when he made that last catch. He literally was, 2 years ago, a part-time punter. He's a true walk-on from a few years ago. He's turned into a good player. Thorne is going to try to run it in his own man.
Thorne going to be brought down. A loss of yard. Sutherland on the stop. Wearing number 0 for Penn State.
Yeah, with help from Fred Hans here also. Listen, you know, down here, Penn State has a red alert for quarterback run.
They have depth.
They were not surprised that Thorne.
They have a lot of depth.
I still think it's, you know, it's kind of finding a way to sneak your tight end.
And they're only going to get deeper in the years to come. Of course, unless someone leaves. Slaying over the middle and completing the end zone. No penalty flag. No pass interference. So now Penn State's going to force Michigan State to a field goal. 24-18. Nittany Lions will be down 6. Touchdown will win it. Still got a little over a quarter to play, but this goes back to, okay, you force them to a field goal potentially. They go up 24 to whatever. You just scored, okay? You kick it. You're down 7. You go for 2. Okay, you got it. You're down 3, 21-18. Now down 6, 24-18. You know, touchdown with the 7 is going to give you a point advantage, 25-24. But you don't get that 2. You're down 5. And then you score, you're still down if they kick a field goal. So I didn't get going for 2 there, but luckily they got it. So they're only down 3. They force them to another field goal, or their first actually. Michigan State now leads Penn State 24-18. So sort of, as mentioned earlier, with my prediction at least, have one of the 2 scores right at 24, but not for Michigan State, of course. I had said 24-13 Penn State, so I'm on, but I'm off, and that's why normally I never try to predict the final score for games. I mean, today, probably the first and forever that I've given a final score for. And, of course, Penn State's, for anyone interested in the point numbers for this, as a 15.5-point favorite, trailing by 6 with 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. So we'll get this game wrapped up here shortly, of course, but Penn State still, they did a better job there on defense stopping the pass, not getting another passing touchdown by any means. But then they sort of couldn't stop the run, as expected, what I say. So, on offense now for the blue and white, once again, have to find a consistent running game here. Maybe go to Strange a few more times. They've gone to him a couple today at the tight end. You got Dotson making a hell of a grab. They're going to say incomplete, though, out of bounds. It was just lobbed up there for him. And the back, I thought it was picked off. And he came down with it. Foot's out of bounds. Left foot's out of bounds. That's incomplete. That's a good call. But even go to Dotson. Parker Washington's had a quiet second half. They haven't gone to him as much past 2 weeks after that Michigan performance. Will Levis? No. Sean Clifford still in quarterback. Pass complete, 33-yard line, first down Penn State. That was Levis. I thought it was Levis. I'm not blind. Yeah, Levis right on the money to Dotson. So Clifford did come out. 7, Levis was in. And they go to Dotson again. He picks up another big Penn State first down. So trips near side from the 33, first and 10. 15 seconds on a minute to play here in the third. Clifford rolling out, complete to Parker Washington inside the 15. Breaks tackle inside the 10 before getting pushed out of bounds at the 6. They're going to spot at the 7, first and goal, Penn State. So now this passing attack for Penn State is coming alive in this second half. And now they're going to take another official timeout for an injury.
Just a true freshman from the state of Texas, Parker Washington, has turned into a really nice young player for...
Yeah, it's Dotson and Washington. It's Kevon Lee running back. But, Journey Brown's going to be done. You're going to have Kane and Ford come back next year. And you're going to have Kevon and Keziah, along with probably another back or two in this upcoming year's recruiting class no one even knows about right now. Northwestern rolling over Illinois 28-3. Illinois could be an opponent for Penn State next week, as mentioned earlier, with both Minnesota and Nebraska, along with Wisconsin and Iowa, depending on what happens here. Even Purdue. And we'll get more into the standings coming up shortly. Now we've got some breaking news. Oklahoma State running back Chuba Hubbard opts out of remainder of season, will enter the NFL draft. So keep an eye out for his name next April in the 2021 NFL draft. If your favorite team needs a running back, maybe they'll draft him. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, run to throw, throw to run. But you have to have a running game. You don't have a running game, you don't have anything. Levis in at quarterback, first and goal, Penn State from the 7-yard line. Penn State going to try to take their first lead since 10-3. Quarterback keeper to the 1-yard line goes Levis. It'll be second and goal. Levis wants to stay in, clapping his hands. Why don't you get up there and sneak it? They're going to let the clock expire as we're under 20 seconds now in the third quarter. A little bit of delay with the broadcast here now. It's buffering. Cutting in and out. Try to draw them off sides here maybe in the third quarter. Go in the other end. Now they're going to snap it. Levis in, touchdown Penn State. God damn, another penalty flag. Don't tell me this is on Penn State again. Because if so, that's 2 touchdowns now. Okay, offside on Michigan State. Penalty decline, touchdown. Penn State retakes the lead 25. They're 24-24 right now, all tied up pending this extra point. To take a 1-point lead, 25-24. So 2 rushing touchdowns by both quarterbacks. And then a passing from Clifford to Parker Washington for 6. And a few field goals. 24 apiece with 2 seconds to play in the third. Penn State retakes the lead now, 25-24 at the end of the third quarter.
In the third quarter.
Taco Bell's nachos party pack. Delicious nachos topped.
15 minutes to play.
Yeah, it is interesting to me, Rod, how sometimes that kind of stuff can be gimmicky, and in Penn State's case, they know one thing.
Back and forth. This is going to come down to
And they're using it right now.
final drive, whoever has the ball last.
They've done here the last few years. I mean, Sean Clifford started his career as the designated running quarterback.
Behind McSorley, yeah, he did.
And it's really like these last few weeks, it doesn't matter if the other side, if the defense knows what's coming, because they executed beautifully. I mean, they're just hardly ever throwing the ball right now. A couple times, but hardly ever. Those two guys are forming a pretty potent combination at the moment.
So it's Clifford and Levis. Hey, if it's working, it's working. Run it. But if not, don't. That's the thing. When it wasn't working early, when they were 0-5, they'd still run it, which made no sense. And by run it, I mean run the same play time and time again.
I would too.
You still have to find a running game, no doubt about it, which they sort of have, but it's not as good as it's been. They know, all of us know, that it can be better.
As a redshirt junior who's academically a senior, Clifford would have 2.
So actually a touchback on the kickoff. There's still 2 seconds to play here in the third quarter, so Michigan State going to have to snap it here at least once before the end of the third.
Will Levis, he wears that number 7, which is Taysom Hill's number. We watched Taysom in his great college career at BYU. Into a great NFL player. And he was not a real polished passer when he was at BYU. He was capable. But there might be some NFL teams looking at Will Levis going, huh?
Yeah, I don't think so. There's no way in hell. Peyton Thorne over, oh my God, you got to pick that off. You have to catch that. Come on, Hardy. Jesus Christ, that's an interception again. That's Penn State football heading on into the fourth. Those 2 seconds were crucial, almost had an interception. Thorne overthrew his target and almost picked off in midfield, incomplete. You got to catch that, come on. So at the end of the third quarter, Penn State leads Michigan State now 25-24. 15 minutes to play as this game's flying by. But may the best team win and win the Land Grant Trophy here in 2020. But talking about the Big Ten with the standings, okay? Right now in the East, it's Ohio State and Indiana as your top 2. Those aren't going to be moving. Northwestern as your top seed in the West, they're not moving either. As it's Ohio State and Northwestern already set next week for the Big Ten Championship. You have Indiana, Maryland, Michigan State, Michigan, Penn State, and Rutgers to round out the East, along with Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Nebraska, and Purdue to round out the West, respectively, behind both Ohio State and Northwestern. Okay, Indiana and Purdue are not playing. Purdue's in last place, so Purdue's going to be in last place. They'll probably get a rematch with Rutgers, honestly. Okay? Maryland is right now playing Rutgers. We'll check in on that game. It's 3-0 at the half. A lot going on between the two Big Ten expansion teams. Penn State's the next to last spot in the East, okay? But in front of them is Michigan, who they beat 2 weeks ago. In front of Michigan, because of head-to-head victories, is Michigan State. Penn State leads them by 1 right now, entering the fourth quarter. Yes, Penn State lost to Maryland, but Penn State, who, as Maryland is in third spot, Penn State beat Rutgers, who Rutgers is playing Maryland right now. So Rutgers needs to beat Maryland for Penn State to potentially jump all the way third place. And then depending on what happens in the West with Iowa and Wisconsin, well, Penn State could be playing either the Hawkeyes or Badgers next week. But right now they're playing Nebraska, okay? Illinois is getting blown out against Northwestern. Minnesota is leading Nebraska. So Illinois at the head-to-head over Nebraska would stay in the third last spot over the Cornhuskers and Purdue Boilermakers in the Big Ten West. Minnesota would stay there at 4, and then whoever wins Iowa or Wisconsin would be 2. Loser 3, of course. For the most part, you would want Iowa to win that game, get them to 6-2. As Penn State, Rutgers, Iowa have been the only Big Ten teams in this 8-game conference-only shortened season to play a full schedule. As both Penn State and Rutgers are 2-5 entering Week 8 today, and then Iowa is 5-2. So that's 7 for a 777. Maybe that'll bring Penn State some luck here in the fourth quarter, picking up a win. Second down for Michigan State. Stuffed at the line of scrimmage in their own game, third down. But you do the math, that's 7 entering Week 8, 8th game being played today. Big Ten champions Week 10 next week. Those 3 teams, as of right now, are going to be the only ones getting 8 games and then a potential 9th next week for Big Ten Champions League. But as it stands right now, Penn State with a win, well, they would jump both Michigan and Michigan State to 4. And then Rutgers would have to beat Maryland to jump to 3. But if as Peyton Thorne goes down on the sack back at the 15-yard line, Penn State going to get the ball back here. Adisa Isaac, along with Brisker and Lucada on the sack. Lance Dixon in there as well. Good for him. But Penn State with a win would jump both Michigan and Michigan State. Maryland with a win over Rutgers would stay in third. So Penn State would be 4th. And then Minnesota with a win over Nebraska. The Nittany Lions will play the Golden Gophers in next week. Because Wisconsin and Minnesota did not play. Iowa and Wisconsin, they play later, so that game, has some impact. But Penn State's going to play anyone out of the Big Ten West other than Northwestern next week. I can tell you that for a fact. It's just a matter on who and where, along with when they play. Could be anyone other than Northwestern. Could be here in Happy Valley, could be there, could be a noon, 3:30 night game next weekend. For all we know, we do not know any details whatsoever because the Big Ten Conference has not announced a single thing. So that's on them, not us. The handling of the 2020 season by the Big Ten Conference is the problem with just everything that's going on right now. You know, they take away the 6-game limit so Ohio State can play for the conference title. They are the best team in the conference by far, no doubt about it, but you say you're doing this and then you back out and now you're going to do this mid-season. No, you don't do that, regardless of the situation. So they're changing the rules as they go by, you know, cheating basically. So, but, you know, like I said earlier, when it all comes back down to, it's about money. Conference is going to be getting money for going to bowl games, and that's why you root for your conference in bowl games. And hopefully Penn State holds on and wins next week, and then wins their bowl game if they go to bowl game to finish at 500 at 5-5, winning 5 straight after starting out 0-5, and building off of that to next year. Clifford has Parker Washington wide open, and he's going to walk into the end zone after a broken tackle. And Parker Washington with his second touchdown reception in the afternoon from 50 yards out. Clifford to Parker Washington. And he cuts across field as well, walks in, touchdown Penn State. Pump fake, good pump fake, corner bit. Caught at the 30-yard line and then cut across field, broken tackle to 25. And Washington in the end zone, in the north end zone there. Touchdown, blue and white. As Penn State extends their lead now here with 12:18 to play at home against these Michigan State Spartans. 31-24 with this Jake Pinniger extra point now up and good, 32-24. So Michigan State to tie this game up, they're going to have to score and go for 2 and get it to tie it up at 32. So Penn State going for 2 a little bit ago, I mean, it's working out for them, but if not, and then you're down 5 going back to that, you know, you're probably not scoring 2 touchdowns here in the past few minutes, you know, taking the lead. But 32-24, I believe this is since Penn State's Week 1 loss at Indiana, in which they scored 35 in overtime, a loss to the Hoosiers, of course. This is, in fact, yes, these 32 points Penn State has now scored. They are the most since Penn State scored 35 Week 1, October 24th, in that overtime loss at Indiana, 36-35, in which Indiana went for 2 and the win, and they got it, even though it didn't count. Shouldn't have counted this because it wasn't good, but they gave it to them, and that's the thing with reviews. You have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it. Of course, they didn't think they did, so they had it stand as called, and Penn State started out 0-5. Who would have thought that? But who would have thought they'd be playing a home game here mid-December, 2 weeks before Christmas once again? But 32-24, most points since Week 1. Aiming for their 3rd straight win to get to 3-5 before Big Ten Champions Week next week. And if they play, you know, I don't know how the Big Ten is going to do Champions Week. If they're going to flip a coin by any means, hey, whoever wins this gets a home game. Not, you're on the road. If they play Nebraska in a rematch, Nebraska should come here because Penn State already went out to Lincoln. Okay? Split the home and home. If Minnesota's the opponent, Penn State played at Minnesota last year. Minnesota should come here. Illinois, I believe the same, because the last time they met was 2018, and they met out in Champaign on a Friday night, so Illinois should have to come here. Purdue, they would go to Purdue. Purdue played here last year. Iowa, they go to Iowa because they played Iowa at home a few weeks back. Their last home game before today. Wisconsin, they'd have to go to Wisconsin because they beat Wisconsin here in 18. So it's pretty split with the 6 teams there, other than Northwestern, of course, out of the Big Ten West for potential opponents next week. As all this is unknown with all these games going on right now. We'll find out by the end of the night who Penn State's going to be playing next weekend. So be sure to tune back in for Big Ten Champions Week. But they'll play anybody other than Northwestern because Northwestern's playing Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. Touchback on the kickoff. Penn State leads 32-24. Like, what I'm saying is it should be whatever it was before when the two teams met, whoever it is, the opposite. And whoever the home team was before should have to travel and go on the road. If they're doing home and home. Hell, we might have neutral sites next week. We have no details whatsoever. You would have thought they would have announced this, you know, at the start of the season, for God's sakes. But no, we're going to wait till the last minute. But what I said earlier, go to Parker Washington a little bit more. 2 touchdowns for him in today's ball game. 1 in the first half, 1 here in the second half. As Michigan State had a 21-10 lead and now only being held to 3 here in the second half, that lead is evaporating as Penn State leads by 8, 32-24, with under 12 to play. Peyton Thorne screening to the ground near side, incomplete, 3rd down. From the 29, Thorne rolling out near side, and incomplete out of bounds near side. 4th down, Penn State getting the ball back.
He had a touchdown out there, but he could not buy the time.
Dotson on the punt return, and he's going to return this to the house. Touchdown, Penn State. Finally, special teams playing a factor. They haven't had a kickoff or a punt return for a score all season long until right now. They have fair caught, I don't know how many kicks this year. It's ridiculous. And now Jahan Dotson. They've rounded the corner as a team. They have, okay? They are down literally in the dumps at 0-5. Franklin, job on the line. 38-24 now. Extra point up and good to make it a 15-point lead over Michigan State. 39-24 here. I mean, that's 3 straight touchdowns. Back to back to back. You get one, you get one, you get one. What are we on, Oprah again? Good blocking on the return. That's where it all starts. Hit the hole and in the end zone for 6. Touchdown Penn State. But they're coming on right at the perfect time. Okay? Just imagine. Hear me out. Just imagine they don't start at 0-5. Whether it's 1-4 to 5-0, but they don't start out 0-5. They're still on track for a winning season. Okay? At 500, 5-5. That's average. I get it, but it's still a winning record. I've closed this out. Hopefully they don't blow it in the last 10 minutes here. Up 15. They need, 2 scores. Michigan State does, and an extra point and a 2 to tie this game up. So, defense has been playing a little bit better in the second half, holding them, the only 3 points they have. But playmakers finally stepping up, all right? But they're hitting their stride right at the perfect time. But just imagine if they were a little bit better those first 5 weeks. Honestly, what they could be right now. Or where they could be at. Potentially for a ranking or a bowl game or whatever it may be. But you still start 0-5, okay. You're going to be winning 3 straight now. And you win next week. You win your bowl game. You're 5-5, so it all works out anyway. And then you still build off of that to next year. And you have early signing day for everyone this upcoming Wednesday. And then, of course, your regular signing day first Wednesday in February, as always. So, future bright for the blue and white, no doubt about it. It's just, can they not do anything stupid? Can they not dig themselves as many holes as they've dug this year? Call up Shia LaBeouf. I'm sure he'll be happy to help. And not get out of them until they've finally been able to, for the most part, get out of them. Okay? Still need a running game, though. For the most part, that's it. Because finally a special teams answer. So, yeah. I mean, no doubt about it. Disappointing, very frustrating at times, hard to watch. But still, when the dust settles, when it's all said and done, still Penn State fan. Regardless of the outcome. You win some, you lose some. They lost 5 in a row, but they're going to be winning 3 in a row here shortly. So, we'll see what happens here, but Penn State just has to hold on to this 15-point lead now with 11-17 to play. And they'll get to 3-5. Need Rutgers to beat Maryland. Need Rutgers to beat Maryland. Check in on that game. Because Penn State beat Rutgers. However, they did lose to Maryland, okay? Maryland leads Rutgers 17-14 on the Big Ten Network. So if Maryland wins, Penn State jumps to 4. Ahead of both Michigan and Michigan State. Which means if Minnesota can hold on and beat Nebraska, yes, Penn State would play Minnesota next week. And that would be a rematch from last year's loss. You'd have 2 trophy games back to back. Today for the Land Grant Trophy. Next week for the Governor's Victory Bell. If in fact it's Penn State, Minnesota, but it can be anybody other than Northwestern, of course, out of the Big Ten West, depending, of course, on what happens with Iowa and Wisconsin and these other games that are coming down to the wire. So we'll see what happens here, but
Michigan State struggling here in the second half. Flag down. Penn State doing a much better job defensively, mixing things up. A little pressure, a little drop 8.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 46, 15-yard penalty.
excuse me. Got unsportsmanlike conduct on Michigan State.
The right guard. Flag for the personal foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct brother.
The embodiment of rough sporty. Right now, not happening.
You know, Russ Sparty was working magic in the first half. Not so much the second. What did you say? This is the first time they've used Russ Sparty on the helmet?
Ever. I mean, it's been a logo that has been a part of the gear. You go to the university shop in East Lansing and a lot of the throwback T-shirts. And the fans just love that logo look. And they've been begging Michigan State's program to use it somehow in their uniforms. I mean, literally for years. And today is the first time that they've ever agreed to do it. Mel Tucker is winning over some folks, even if he's not going to win this game. People are happy about that. Short punt. Fair catch this time for the dynamic Jahan Dotson. We'll be back to Beaver Stadium right after this.
Okay, let's see what you got, Oculus.
This is big. This year, we're giving away more tuition money than ever. And when you buy Dr. Pepper, we add even more money to the pile. So when you sip this, you send Sarah here to State University studying space stuff. And every bone you spend helps her become an archaeologist. We're finding more ways to send more students more money so they can get more degrees and crush more life goals. Now put that in your glass and drink it. Learn more at drpepper.com.
So, Jake from State Farm, you're saying you don't have to look like me to get the Patrick price?
No. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Man, he'll grow back, I promise.
I can't believe I did this.
At least you got the Patrick price. My bad.
If you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With the Mazda CX-30s available iActive all-wheel drive, you'll always be ready to seize the moment. When inspiration strikes. Make the most of this opportunity. During Mazda's season of inspiration. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days.
Hey there, I'm Aisha, and my favorite thing about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is how easy you can share them with friends. They taste fresh, they're crispy, you can taste that every single one is unique. The top tier, best chicken nuggets ever. You guys should put that in the commercial.
Hi, my name is Brian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is you can taste the different types of cheeses and the blends that they use, and everything just comes together. It's like a delicate dance. They're like perfection in every bite.
It's the most tremendous competition yet. The Great Christmas-like fun, Wednesday on ABC. Here's Dave. The college football playoff lives on ESPN.
2:22 to go and starting in Michigan State territory. With a handoff to Kevon Lee, the freshman running back on first down. Big plays, Rod, have totally changed this game.
Yeah, two fourth quarter big plays. It was the fake screen, deep throw to Parker Washington, a 49-yard touchdown pass, catch and run actually, which really got...
So now some highlights from this strong second half of Penn State. More so than not just the last, I mean, almost quarter, as we're under 10 to play here, 9:42 exactly in the fourth. Penn State with the ball back, up 15, 39 to 24. Fake the give to Kevon Lee. Clifford gonna tuck and run, picks up a few yards there. So,
Well, Dave, you know, speed kills. You saw Washington and then Dotson. And Dotson's big return, you know, his mom, Robin back home, watching, smiling after that touchdown. And John actually told me he plays a lot of Madden.
Run this clock out.
Best on campus. He looked like a Madden football player in terms of the speed and the shiftiness. Calling out anyone, he's told me. Anyone who wants to play him, look him up.
that's all I have to do, run this clock out. I mean, I get you'll give them the ball back here, but because they're not going to be able to convert this third down probably. Fake the give, yeah, Levis goes down on the sack for 2 yards. So Penn State going to punt. And Michigan State has 3 timeouts. Surprisingly, I don't elect to call one there with 8.5 to play. I mean, you need 2 scores and an extra point along with a 2-point. So,
You have to get your offense going. In the last 3 possessions, they are minus 21 yards and 3 punts.
you're going to let this clock wind until, hell, I'd even take a play game. 3, 2, 1 on the play clock, and they snap it right at the last second. Almost blocked. Fair catch signal for the 12. Flag comes in late. Potential roughing the punter. Or running into at least. See what the penalty is.
Like they went for the block that time.
And Penn State could keep the ball here, depending on this call. Only running into the kicker. That's 5 yards. Okay, penalties declined. It'll be first down for Michigan State. So they give them first and 10 from the 12-yard line. They pin them deep. Take the penalty off the board, which, you know, I don't mind. Now, if it was roughing, yeah, you take your automatic first down and you keep the ball. And then you run this clock out down as far as you possibly can. So officially from the 11, first and 10. They got a ways to go, 7-5-7 to play. Down 15. They need 2 scores. Penn State going to bring 4 on the pressure. Peyton Thorne, 8 yards to the 19. Second down and 2. Tale of 2 halves, what I said halftime. Potential tale of 2 halves game, you know. 3 passing touchdowns for him. Really hasn't done anything in the second half. You know, Penn State's stopped him on defense, and then the offense, along with special teams, got some rhythm built up, and it all clicked on those last 3 touchdowns they've scored to extend the lead, because they were down 21-10 at the half. They're shutting out Michigan State 29-3 here in this second half as well. I mean, I didn't expect them by any means to score 3 touchdowns that fast by any means, but I mean, yeah, I'll take it. Anybody would. So, just not surprising, but surprising. Thorne gonna escape the sack and then runs out of bounds. one of the refs' hats comes off, so somebody probably ran out of bounds and then didn't reestablish themselves by any means, but ball wasn't thrown anyway, so no penalty flag. Thorne just tucked it and ran out of bounds, so third down for the green and white Michigan State Spartans, trailing by 2 scores with now under 7 minutes to play. Thorne going to be incomplete over the middle, fourth down. And we'll see if they go for it here or not. I mean, you still got 3 timeouts at 6:46. But if you go for it and don't get it, you're going to give Penn State the ball first and 10 in your territory, you know, from around the 30, 35-yard line. I mean, you sort of do have to go for it, but you don't. Time's on your side, so that's why you have to go for it, but yeah. We'll see if Penn State brings an all-out blitz like the Jets did. Thorne, there's a flag. This will be coming back for a hold. And then about 10 yards on the run. They say first down, but there's a penalty flag. Going to be a face mask against Michigan State. Yeah, take the penalty, take the 15 yards, and back them up, have them replay fourth down. Now they'll punt. They'll have fourth and a mile. They'll punt. You have to punt. You're going to go for it. The 15-yard line. Very rarely you see an offensive lineman get called for a face mask. See hands to the face, but not a face mask. See what Mel Tucker does here on fourth and long. They're going to punt. Fourth and 23 from the 15-yard line. You're not going for it. Whether you're down 2 scores or not, you're not going for it. You still have 3 timeouts and 6.5 to play. Maybe they run fake punt like the Cowboys did. Rugby style, near side. Fair caught the 42-yard line. So no punt return for a touchdown on this one by Jahan Dodson by any means. But Penn State will set up shop first and 10 from there, up 15 with 6 minutes and 14 seconds to play at home against Michigan State. And we'll see how all these other games, you know, shake out here over the next however long it's going to be until they all go final, of course, here from noon to 3:30. And then we'll see what happens with Iowa and Wisconsin. But, you know, Penn State right now, it looks to be Minnesota, Nebraska, Illinois. And it would be Minnesota, Illinois, Nebraska in that order, depending on, of course, how Penn State would finish out. And honestly, in years to come, depending on how Big Ten Champions League goes next week, you know, we don't know anything by any means right now. And we probably won't until next week. But why don't you have it every year? You know, give your team an extra game, potentially. Especially if they're not going to a bowl game. But then you add in, well, if, say you're 5-7, okay, and you have Big Ten Champions Week, and you need 6 wins to go to a bowl game. You win that. You're 6-7. Well, we should go to a bowl game now. Well, there's not enough bowl games, and then it turned into, well, they need to add more bowl games compared to the 50 that they already have. You know, it's like, just expand the goddamn playoff for God's sakes. You know, go to 6, 7, 8 teams. I've said 6. Give the top 2 by. Do how the NFL used to do it, since they, you know, changed up their playoff format starting this year. Yeah, have 3 play 6, 4 play 5 in a semi, and the winners of those play the top 2 teams, and then the winners of all those meet in the national title game. You know, it works out. You're getting more football. You could keep it in the same time range. But hell, why not go from August to February just like the NFL does? Oh, wait, that's right. Money's a factor then because they're not getting paid. So there's always something, you know, and as long as, or whether they're making their money or not, for the most part, yes, they are, but there's always a price tag. If they're not getting their money, no, they're not for it. All the higher ups, all the big tech. So, yeah, this could be the last Penn State home game until next September, in which they would, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head, open up on the road before either Auburn or Ball State comes to town. One of the two. It's Ball State. I'd have to look, but if anybody knows, let me know in the comments below. Hell, just copy and paste the damn schedule for me. I'll look at it eventually. I've looked at it in the past, but can't recall it right now. So I haven't looked at it since before this season started, of course, because you want to get this season done before you move on next season. But it's like, well, you're on 5, you want to get the next season sooner rather than later. But they've won 2 in a row, on their verge of winning 3 straight now here, 5:45 away. Penn State with the ball, second down from the 42 after the punt. Clifford in at quarterback. Quick screen pass, complete to Kevon Leaves, had a quiet day. They don't run the screen enough to the running backs. They don't. They honestly don't. Like, if only the play calling was better. As I said earlier, I'm not going to be shocked if both Kirk Sherrock and Brent Pryor are gone next year and not with Penn State. But if you keep them, you build off of that. You know, you have a bad year this year, but only the future. Future's bright. Only things can get better, you would think, moving forward. So we'll see what happens here. But Penn State just trying to close this out and pick up their 3rd straight win. And Northwestern with the win, 28-10 over Illinois. So Illinois is going to fall to, if Nebraska loses to Minnesota, bottom to top in the West, it'd be Purdue, Nebraska, Illinois. Then Minnesota, loser of Wisconsin, Iowa, winner of Wisconsin, Iowa, and then Northwestern, if I'm not mistaken, correct? 3rd down from the 49. Quarterback keeper and Clifford, or Levis, excuse me, number 7, not 14, who brought down about a half-yard shy, 4th and inches. Michigan State with a timeout, they're second, 5:19 to play. Trying to stop the clock as much as they possibly can here now. You go for it, you kick it. I'd kick, just punt, pin them deep, you're up 2 scores. They can't do a damn thing on offense, now your defense has stopped them. I'd just punt here, play it safe. You know, you don't want to blow it. But if Penn State finishes 4th and Minnesota finishes 4th, it'll be Penn State, Minnesota next week. And like I said earlier, depending on if they're a neutral site, okay, a neutral site. But since last year, whoever it is they play, you go back to last time they met, where was that game at? This time around, have it be at the other place. With Minnesota, Penn State played up there last year. Have Minnesota come here next week. You know, if it's Nebraska, have Nebraska come here next week because they already met out there in Lincoln last month. It's Iowa, you go to Iowa. Wisconsin, you go to Wisconsin with a few weeks ago and 2 years ago with the matchups. Purdue, you go to Purdue. You know, you get my gist. I went over it a little bit ago. So Georgia with a win over Missouri. Alabama with a win over Arkansas. So we'll see how these games unwind here over the next few minutes or so. You play it safe, you punt. It's a good decision. They're going to get up there and Michigan State jumps off sides. That's an automatic first down. That's a damn good play call right there. That's good. That might be the best play call they've had all season long, for God's sakes. Drawing them off sides on 4th and inches when you're up 15 with 5 minutes to play to close this game out. They punt, and then they hurry up to the line to potentially snap it or try to draw them off sides, and then Michigan State, like, they all jump. Yeah, 3 of them are off sides on 4th and inches. That's a 5-yard penalty. That's an automatic first down for Penn State, and Penn State's going to keep it. I mean, that's just James Franklin and the Penn State coaching staff out-coaching Mel Tucker in Michigan State, who I, as mentioned earlier, still don't think is the right option, the right fit for the Michigan State Spartan football program. I think over the next few years, they're going to be regretting bringing him in, and they'll be trying to rebuild over the next, few years or so after moving on from him. But we'll get there when we get there, of course. 1st and 10, Penn State now from the 44. Quarterback draw, Levis for 2 yards and 42, second down and 8. I mean, Penn State, honestly, if they were smart, Michigan State could call their third and final time out here. They could run this clock out if they wanted to. So we'll see how this unfolds. But looks like Penn State's going to pick up a win here and get to 3-5. Getting to Big Ten Champions Week with 3 straight wins, but still a below average non-winning season. So they have to win next week and then win their bowl game if they go to a bowl game. Projected against, this team, that team, and everyone from here to Timbuktu. So if they can get to 5-5 by the end of the year, whether they get a New Year's Bowl or bowl game before Christmas or even after Christmas or after New Year's for that matter, whoever they play, they'll go to, and they'll not be like Pitt and, like I said earlier, have 6 wins, be bowl eligible like everyone this year, but still have 6 wins as if it was normal season, still be bowl eligible. And with Boston College, no, we're not going to the bowl game because we don't want to. We don't want to travel. We don't want to risk it. Yet you just risk all season long going to all these games, for God's sake. Like, what's the difference? Like, a bowl game's a reward. So, honestly, depending on how they finish here, this game and the season, they could be a sleeper next year rather than a favorite to win this or that, or be a sleeper and surprise a lot of people and get back to where they belong, of course. Levis, quarterback keeper. It'll be 3rd down. They can wind this clock if they want. Back on the throne. Or if it's a neutral site, have it be for Big Ten Champions Week next week for all these teams. Somewhere in between, their 2 cities. Like the Big Ten title games in Indianapolis. Like maybe they do a whole week. Or maybe, as Penn State calls the timeout, 3:58. It'll be 2nd down. or maybe have a few games throughout the day. Noon, 5, 8, 9, 10 o'clock game from one of those lines, maybe. But they'll, for the most part, be home games because everyone else play next weekend other than conference title games. It's going to be home and home. You know, whoever's at home game's home game.
That they could not come to the stadium, could not have a real ceremony, but he was determined to find some other way to celebrate the seniors.
It wasn't just for the seniors, but Penn State had that monitor set up outside the locker room with no family period allowed in the stadium today. They had parents and friends zoom in. And
but I just feel like if it is whoever, Theo Johnson loses his helmet, gonna have to come out for a play. So good thing here. I mean, some backups didn't get some time. You have, I like I said, I just feel like going back to the last matchup, whoever the away team was last time should be the home team, and vice versa. You know. So.
I think their plans are to try to do what they had the idea of doing was while the Northwestern Ohio State.
And the last time Minnesota came to Penn State, back in 2016 before the Ohio State game, Saquon Barkley game-winning touchdown, first play of overtime, getting the Lions and winning the Golden Gophers. And then they went to Minneapolis last year and lost by a few. Yeah, there's that virtual board with all the seniors and families because with the new state mandates because Tom Wolf's an idiot. Changing everything up. Makes no sense. It's so stupid.
Because it's not just the seniors who miss their families who aren't there for the game, so that was everybody got to check in and see.
Michigan State has too many on defense, I think. Levis on 4th and short, going to be stuffed. So Penn State going to turn it over. But they're up 15. Michigan State has no timeouts. And there's only 2 minutes and 36 seconds to play. So this game's over. Yeah, no fans, no friends or family by any means allowed today, unlike other weeks. Which, of course, played a factor for a bit, but Penn State coming out in the second half, blowing out Michigan State and going to pick up a win. Scoring their most points all season here today now, with 39.
Silver lining. Checks down to Trey Mosley. Spartans are going to try to go fast.
9 yards on the reception.
Look, if you're talking about silver linings, Michigan State can say, we got a guy that
Michigan State 2nd and 1. It's going to be caught at the 45-yard line, out past midfield, first down, MSU. Daquan Hardy's there, and he's one he's been playing better as of late. But when he's in, his plays, he's either really, really good or he's really, really bad. Like, there's no in between with him right now. Pass completed the 30-yard line. Ellis Brooks along with Lance Dixon on the coverage. First down, Spartans with 1:52 to play. The game not over just yet. We'll get some final stats and scores coming up shortly, so stay tuned.
And who knows? I mean, look, even for those who have a different kind of interest in a 15-point game in the last 2 minutes, if Michigan State scored.
And yeah, Penn State a 15-point favorite. It's 14 and a half. whenever I had noticed, but then this morning it bumped to 15, and then right before kickoff it was 15 and a half. And Penn State leads by 15, so over, under, Penn State with the spread, against it. We're in a situation with a minute 47 where, depending on when you locked in and what it turned out to be, we'll see how everything goes here. Minnesota with the win over Nebraska. Minnesota with a win over Nebraska. So Nebraska going to fall to next last place in the Big Ten West. Illinois will be ahead of them, and then it's Minnesota. Minnesota in fourth. Penn State going to be in fourth. Penn State could jump to third, though, with a Rutgers win, I do believe, over Maryland. And then they would play the loser of Iowa-Wisconsin. That's still yet to come. 3:30 on FS1. Complete at the 4 and then dropped. Incomplete out of bounds. I'm going to say complete or incomplete.
Was he forced out? Reestablish himself? I think he did. Yeah.
And Tom Herman going to stay at Texas. Okay, yeah, he was pushed out, reestablished himself, and then caught it. So first and goal, Michigan State now from the 5. Game not over just yet. 1:34 to play. And some people need Penn State to hold. Brisker on the sack. He gets rid of it at the last second, incomplete out of bounds. Second and goal. Yeah, that probably should have been intentional grounding. False start. Right guard. 5 yards. Replay first down. First and goal from the 10.
Stanford Steve and SVP. Yes, they do. Well, they seem to watch every game in every sport everywhere, and just always knows late game scores.
They have an army of folks who help them out as well. You know, we found out, maybe this shouldn't be a surprise, but our false start penalty, the most common penalty in college football, the offensive false start. That's the most common one.
From the 10, second and goal. Fade, back corner near side, incomplete. Third down. Minute 23 to play. 1, 2, 3. This game, especially in the second half, was easy as ABC for Penn State, even though it is, ABC 1, 2, 3. I just flipped it on you, if you notice. But third down and goal now for Michigan State from the 10. Peyton Thorne rolling out near side, and it's incomplete. Fourth down. See if they kick a field goal or not. No, they'll go for it. They'll go for it. See what happens here as we near 3:30. Get some final stats and scores as always coming up shortly, and then we'll see who Penn State's going to be playing next week. Pass is incomplete on fourth and goal, and the 15-point lead for Penn State's going to hold, and Penn State can take a few kneel downs here. Michigan State doesn't have any timeouts to stop it. Nittany Lions are going to win their third in a row. and pick up at least one home win this season to keep the streak alive, because the last time they did not win a home game was 1888. They're going to win at least one and potentially could get another home game next week. We'll see if it's going to be home, away, neutral site. We don't know. Big Ten Champions League, but Penn State, a 39-24 win over the visiting Michigan State Spartans, 2 in a row against MSU and Sparty, to keep the Land Grant Trophy. As Sean Clifford takes a knee, flag comes in. Let's see if this is legal substitution on Michigan State's defense. 5 yards, that will replay first down. 1st and 5. Not going to matter. It'll just move up the 15-yard line. Penn State going to take another kneel down. So yeah, Penn State with their first home win of the season. Couldn't come any later. 2 weeks before Christmas. Like, all I want for Christmas, as I said last week now, is Penn State to win this game, which they did. Win Big Ten Champions Week. Get to a bowl game and win that and finish at 5-5 after starting out 0-5. I mean, I don't really think that's hard or that much to ask for. So, even if they lose next week, they'll probably go to a bowl game because everyone is eligible. You don't have to have 6 wins. Everyone is eligible for a bowl game. So, if they win next week, be better. They'll get a better bowl game at that. Better opponent. Be a better game. But today, Sean Clifford will take one final kneel down. The 14-yard line for number 14. Penn State going to win by 15. 39-24 over Michigan State in the battle of the Land Grant Trophy. And Penn State is once again right back where they started at. Winning 3 in a row, 3-5 now on the season. Opponent for next week, unknown at this point in time, but we will check out standings. We will look at standings. We will look at final stats and scores coming up shortly, so stay tuned. We got kickoff with some good 3:30 games coming up shortly. Got North Carolina on the road at Miami, Wisconsin and Iowa, the only Big Ten 3:30 kick. So in the Big Ten today, maybe, if it loads. Give me a second. Seeing some highlights now from some earlier games. Okay, here we go. In the Big Ten today, we're going to turn Big Ten Network on real quick, see how this game unwinds with Rutgers and Maryland. It's 24-21 Terps at home against the Scarlet Knights. We'll get maybe. Merck. Get America's game, Army-Navy on. Iowa, Wisconsin, from snowy Iowa City. There we go. from West Point as we near almost a fight almost breaking out there. Army Navy almost at the end of the third quarter. Or almost at the end of the first quarter, excuse me, with 3 minutes to play. So we'll see the endings of these games here before we sign off, of course. So that's that on that. Yeah. That's that on that. Get set. Okay. Navy at Army from West Point. That's on that. And then, of course, on this is now Rutgers at Maryland. Rutgers wearing some, or Maryland, excuse me, wearing some throwback uniforms. But we just saw, of course, Penn State beat Michigan State 39-24. Northwestern beat Illinois 28-10. Minnesota 24-17 over Nebraska. Michigan, Ohio State, of course, was canceled. Purdue, Indiana was canceled as well. So still to come in the Big Ten, only Wisconsin, Iowa, 3:30 Eastern Time, coming up next on FS1. Maryland leads Rutgers by 3, 24-21 with 2:22 to play. Standings? Well, right now Penn State's in 4th. Should be at least. Hopefully it's updated. Nope, has not. They're still 2 and 5. So maybe if we give it a minute, it'll, of course, update. It seems like weather is playing a major factor with the fog and the rain up in West Point. Incomplete pass. But so far, yeah, we'll see if the standings updates by the time we get off. But so far in college football today, Penn State with a 39-24 win over Michigan State. We'll get final stats coming up shortly. Ball State beat Western Michigan 30-27. Alabama 52-3 over Arkansas. Georgia 49-14 over Missouri. 28-10 Northwestern defeating Illinois in the land of Lincoln. Utah went to Colorado and beat the undefeated 4-0 Colorado Buffs 38-21 in the snow. Minnesota went to Lincoln in the snow, beat the Cornhuskers of Nebraska 24-17. Louisville beat Wake Forest 45-21. However, currently going on, Maryland by 3, 24-21 over Rutgers. Rutgers with the football, though. First down at the 45-yard line. Eastern Michigan leading Northern Illinois 41-33. UAB 21-16 over Rice. Buffalo shutting out the Akron Zips 21-0. Coastal Carolina 14-3 over Troy. Central Michigan and Toledo tied up 7. Navy at Army tied at 0. Game just got underway a short time ago. An odd 3 p.m. Eastern kick. Normally this Saturday, this is the only college football game on. However, of course, with how the schedule has gone with the season, games pushed back. Everyone else is still playing as well. Heisman not awarded tonight. That will be awarded now until next month, virtually. But Navy Army in America's game from West Point for the first time since 1943, World War II. This game is normally played at a neutral site. New York, Philly, Baltimore, D.C. Somewhere in between both West Point and Annapolis. Navy at West Point, tied at 0 in the first quarter. Go Navy, beat Army. Oklahoma State leads Baylor 7-0. No Chuba Hubbard. He's done in college, going to the NFL. 1st and 10 for Rutgers, who Penn State defeated last week. However, they lost to Maryland a month ago. That's why this game is crucial for the standings. Penn State a 3 or a 4 potentially in the East, with playing Minnesota or the loser of Wisconsin, Iowa. And if they play Minnesota, hopefully it'd be here, play the loser of Wisconsin, Iowa. They'd either be going to Madison or Iowa City. If, in fact, they do go with what I said, which I'd either way be fine with, go back to the last time the teams met. And whoever was the home team needs to be on the road this time. And vice versa. Whoever was the away team needs to be the home team this go around. So we'll see how everything unfolds. But those are currently the only games on now. Because still to come, we got North Carolina and Miami to kick off on ABC, along with Wisconsin and Iowa on their senior day as well, about to get underway. Houston and Memphis. Wasn't Cal Washington State supposed to kick off at 4 o'clock? Didn't I mention that earlier during halftime? That game is now canceled, not going to be played. So we have more games getting canceled as the day goes by now. Hey, it's 2020. Duke, Florida State, Tennessee, and Vandy, as mentioned. LSU, Florida, La Tech, TCU, USC, UCLA, Virginia, Virginia Tech, San Diego State, BYU, a few others. But that's it for the most part for this college football Saturday, mid-December. And who would have thought Penn State would have had a home football game mid-December, 2 weeks before Christmas? I don't think anybody would. They pick up a home win, their first of the season. Streak continues. Streak stays alive. They haven't lost, or they haven't. Navy returning a muffed punt for a score. Whether it's going to stand or not, I don't know. We'll see. But the last time Penn State did not win a home game was 1888. They win today, so we don't have to worry about that. They win the Land-Grant Trophy. This is arguably probably the furthest into the season, date-wise, that they've won a home game as well, December the 12th now, as the history books would say, moving forward, potentially. Pick up 901 after 900 last week. You know, 3 straight. They're 3-5. It looks like they're either going to be playing Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. Not Purdue, Illinois, Nebraska, as once thought, a month ago. Because games from then until now, of course, have been played. So it's all going to depend on this 4th and 1, honestly. Rutgers converts. Rutgers wins this game. Penn State would jump to 3, I do believe. Rutgers does pick up first down. They trail by 3. First down run inside the 30, down at the 27, running out of bounds. But if Maryland wins, Penn State's going to be 4, head-to-head with Minnesota. And I wouldn't mind that because they didn't play Minnesota this year. But like I said earlier, I wouldn't want to play Minnesota. Not saying that I don't think they could beat them. I think they could. But Minnesota and Purdue, as of late, have been the 2 Big Ten schools that have had COVID issues, and the games have been canceled. So you don't want to have, especially Penn State, along with Iowa and Rutgers, as the only 3 schools throughout the whole conference to play a full 8-game schedule this year, come down in Week 9 for Big Ten Champions Week to not have a game play. So, the standings here on my end. Okay, now they finally update. So Penn State's now in 4th, ahead of Michigan, Rutgers, and Michigan State, as Michigan State fell to last. So Michigan State going to be playing Nebraska, as Nebraska fell. As Purdue jumped without playing because the old Oaken Bucket game with Indiana was canceled. So Purdue's not in last spot, it's Nebraska. So we'll have Michigan State, Nebraska. That's official for next week now. See how this game unfolds with Rutgers and Maryland, because right now Rutgers is penciled in to face Illinois. It'd be Michigan and Purdue. But then actually, right now, Minnesota with the win, Penn State would be playing Wisconsin next week, not Minnesota. Minnesota would be playing Maryland again. And to go back to that Friday night game, that was won for the Terps off of a game-winning missed extra point by Minnesota right before Halloween, the night before Penn State lost to Ohio State. Indiana would play Iowa at this point in time, but this game's still underway. And we're going to be going to overtime, so we're going to stick around. We're tied at 24 at the end of regulation with Rutgers and Maryland. Rutgers went to OT a few times this season. They went to triple overtime at home against Michigan. Should have beat them. Michigan, honestly, should only have one win against Minnesota week 1. They've had a few games canceled and whatnot, you know. But, okay, so things are changing. Things are changing as the seconds tick by. And it's all going to depend on how this game shakes out here, with Big Ten now having their first ever Champions Week next week. So we'll see what happens here. Yes. Thumbs up. Yes. 39-24 win for Penn State on Senior Day as they send out 12 seniors. But the Big Ten will have Big Ten Champions Week next week, so Penn State could also get another home game next week. Could be on the road. If it's Minnesota, it should be here, I think. If it's at Wisconsin or Iowa, it's going to be on the road. Just because, once again, going back to the last time the teams met, whoever was the home team needs to be the road team this time, and vice versa. But we'll see what the Big Ten says, because they haven't said jack about it yet. So we're in overtime, though, right now with Rutgers and Maryland, and we're going to see how this game unfolds. To take a look at the standings, so Penn State knows what they're going to have to do to get ready for next week on who their opponent's going to be. It's going to be somebody out of the Big Ten West. It's going to be either, right now, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. But it could be anybody other than Northwestern, as I said earlier, because Northwestern's playing Ohio State next week for the Big Ten title. So yeah, starting out 0-5, they've won 3 straight. They're 3-5 now. They'll get another one next week. Hopefully win that at 4-5, and then go to a bowl game and finish at 5-5. Who would have thought that? I mean, that's a winning record. Your average, at 5-5, 500, and you build off of that to next year. Maryland's won the toss. You play defense. You win the coin toss. In a college football overtime, you play defense. Because you give your opponent the ball. Of course, you know at that point then what you're going to need to win the game. They'll switch end zones every overtime. Of course, you get the third overtime, you got to go for 2. 5 overtimes now, you go for a 2-point attempt, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. NFL overtime needs to switch to the college overtime rules, but they won't. They'll play one 10-minute period, and if it ends in a tie, it ends in a tie. Like, come on. Like, play it out until there's a winner and a loser. But if you win the coin toss in NFL overtime, you want the ball, because if you score, you win. But yeah, 3-5 for the Nittany Lions. We'll get final stats and scores shortly, as we're going to drag this out here a little bit longer than expected, of course. with Rutgers and Maryland on the Big Ten Network in overtime, just beginning overtime now. 1st and 10 from the 25. And then also in the Big Ten, Iowa hosting Wisconsin. That game just getting underway. So that's on FS1. We've got Army-Navy along with North Carolina and Miami on right now as well. So a lot of good college football. This college football Saturday, mid-December, 2 weeks before Christmas. That's pass interference. Come on. A couple flags come in a little late, but at least they were thrown. That's a good PI call. Should be a spot foul, automatic first down. Spot foul, automatic first down, yeah. We'll talk more NFL tomorrow, so just be sure to tune back in tomorrow. I'll answer everything you just said there later. Saturdays are college football, Sundays are NFL. We'll have live reactions, play Chiefs, Dolphins, along with the Steelers, Bills tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and then tomorrow night for Sunday football. So, yeah, we'll get to that later. See how these games finish out, and then figure out what's going on then for next week, of course, for the matchup, and then sign off, and then yeah, watch college football the rest of the day as always. But get ready for tomorrow too. So, and then a good Monday night game with Baltimore and Cleveland too in the AFC North. So some good NFL games tomorrow. So we'll get to everything. We'll wrap it all up as we always do. You know, when it's all said and done anyway. So don't worry, we'll get to it when we get to it. It's not that big of a deal right now. No hurry. We got a lot of time. Screen, stiff arm, first down, Rutgers inside the 10. So, but thank you for the chat questions and comments. Always greatly appreciated. We do have some fans in attendance for Army-Navy. And, of course, they are midshipmen and cadets. This game's being played at West Point for the first time since World War II. Navy on the road at West Point, 3-0 though all time, so maybe 4th time's a charm for them. Rutgers, that's a horse collar. That's going to be half the distance from the 4-yard line. Or probably from the 6 where it occurred, so it'll be 1st and goal, Rutgers from the 3. Now he's a little slow to get up after the horse collar tackle is being brought down. But, I mean, if Rutgers scores here, okay, Maryland's going to get a shot. They'll get the ball, have to try to at least do the same as what Rutgers did, if not better, to either win or lose it.
Sure does.
So, yeah, this is where we stand. We'll see how these games unwind, and then we'll wrap it up, and we'll get final stats and scores, and see who Penn State's going to be playing next week. Because it's either going to be Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. And if it's Minnesota, it should be played here. If it's Wisconsin or Iowa, I do believe it should be played there. Especially Iowa. Like they already played them this year, and it was here, so split it. You have it out in Iowa City at Kinnick. Tough environment, no doubt about it, but you know, no fans, so it's all pretty much even. You then, because I said the same thing with Nebraska, if they get matched up with Nebraska, they played at Nebraska, why don't you have Nebraska come here? But Minnesota, passing completed the goal line, 2nd goal. If it's Minnesota, they played at Minnesota last year, have Minnesota come here. If it's Wisconsin, Wisconsin came here 2 years ago. They didn't play last year or even this year. Go to Wisconsin. You know, make it fair. Make it even as you possibly can. Because they haven't said anything. Now, if they would have said something by now, we'd know, but we don't know a thing. So that penalty must have been on Rutgers. It's 2nd goal from the 21. Now going to be 3rd and goal from the 24. So they're basically back at the original line of scrimmage now for this overtime period. 3rd and goal tied at 24 with Rutgers and Maryland, 2 of the worst teams in the Big Ten. over the past 7 years since they joined the conference.
Jermaine Jones gets out there into the slot top of the screen. Cruikshank and Bo Melton 3 wide.
But yeah, if it's Minnesota, come here. Wisconsin, Iowa, go there. Maybe at a neutral site, those two, somewhere in between. Who knows? Maybe they're all going to be in India. We just don't know it yet. Or maybe they're just going to cancel the whole thing. We won't be playing next week. And then Penn State's going to have to await a bowl bid and then play then. And who knows if they'll even get a bowl bid with 3 wins, 3 and 5. Today they might have played their last game. That's why I said, don't worry. I got an idea. I have something planned. If in fact it does happen, today won't be the last Penn State game for live reaction stream this season. We'll get at least one more, if in fact we don't get one or even 2 more by the end of the year. So stay tuned for those. As always, just be sure to hit that subscribe button, a little notify bell next to it. Rutgers with a field goal. It's up and good, so they lead now 27-24. Maryland has to match it to keep this game going. Maryland with a touchdown is going to win it, though. So if Maryland ends up kicking a field goal, it's at 27, we'll go to double overtime. Maryland scores, they win. Maryland doesn't do anything, Rutgers is going to win. So we got a few different options here, different outcomes.
Kicked in high school. He was a football team player in high school at Cranford High. All-state recognition in the Jersey area. College career began on the soccer team at Fairleigh Dickinson. Played soccer at Rutgers.
So from the 25-yard line, first down and 10 for the Maryland Terrapins at home against Rutgers in this Big Ten East battle. Maryland with a touchdown is going to win it. Flag. This might be coming back.
Christian Izien is down as well for Rutgers.
Second time today for him to get. It's been an injury-filled type day.
Got a personal foul on Maryland, so they're going in the wrong direction. Field goal gets any longer, potentially. I mean, could miss it wide right, wide left, could shank it, get blocked, you lose. Standings are, of course, shake up then.
Earlier in this ball game. Doesn't matter.
But hopefully come tomorrow, we'll have more details on Big Ten Champions League. Or even on Monday, for that matter. I think Monday at the latest, for God's sakes, on all the matchups and when they and where the games are going to be played at and who they're going to be played against. So we'll see.
Maryland and Rutgers, 16th all-time meeting. And the Terps, who have won the last 2 and 4 of the last 5. They throttled the Scarlet Knights in Piscataway last year, 48-7. Along with James Laurinaitis and Coley Harvey, I'm Joe Bernardi, Mike Pereira. We've heard a lot from him in the second half. Our rules analyst based in Los Angeles. On a cloudy day, the sun has broken through. Temperatures are closing in on 60 degrees, believe it or not, in mid-December. Izien slowly making his way to the Rutgers sideline. A valuable cog in that Scarlet Knights secondary. Maryland and Rutgers battling for just about 4 hours' time. Nigerian, a touchdown here. For Maryland, it would give them the win. A field goal would force.
And just think too, if this game was still scheduled for 3:30, we would have just got underway. But they switched it from 3:30 to noon today with Michigan State, Penn State, and Now 1st and 21 for the Terps. A field goal tied up to continue overtime. Touchdown's going to win it once again, so we'll see what happens here. 2nd down. But other than that, not a whole lot else going on. I mean, all these 3:30 games are, for the most part, now underway. Still just waiting, of course, for the standings to update once again once this game goes final. But Penn State played a full 8-game season. And now Big Ten Champions Week next week, just waiting on the opponent. Only Rutgers and Iowa were the only other Big Ten teams to also play a full 8-game regular season. Indiana came up a game short. Ohio State 3 games. Maryland a handful. As did Wisconsin. So 3rd down and 13 for Maryland from the 28. And down goes the Terps quarterback. Is that Tulia Tagovailoa? No, it's not. Why isn't he playing? He goes down on a sack back at the 35-yard line. And now Maryland has a very long field goal to tie this game up. Doesn't make it, Rutgers is going to win. Rutgers is going to call a timeout. Maryland actually going to call their 3rd and final timeout. Ice their own kicker. So Maryland now with a field goal here in overtime to force double overtime. It's going to be from 50 yards. A 50-yard field goal attempt to force double overtime. Rutgers going to call their 3rd and final timeout now. No? Don't let them kick it. From 50 yards out, it's no good. Rutgers wins in overtime at Maryland 27-24. And Rutgers will also finish at 3-5 in Greg Schiano's first season back at the helm. Maryland falls to 2-3. So Penn State should jump to the 3rd spot now. Even with the loss to Maryland. Okay. Because they beat Rutgers, and Rutgers beat Maryland just now. Rutgers' 3rd win of the year at 3-5. They won all 3 games on the road. One at Michigan State, one at Purdue, one at Maryland. But Penn State should jump to 3rd at 3-5 compared to Maryland's 2-3 record. And then Minnesota jumps to 3rd in the West. So it's coming down to the records with all these games, whether they were played or not played. So we got to still find out and see if it's going to be Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa after this Wisconsin-Iowa game gets over with. So we'll have the final answer by, I would think, 8 o'clock later on tonight. So that's, for the most part, your noon games. Now, in college football, as I look at the standings here, Yeah, Ohio State, Northwestern. If Iowa wins, they'll be the 2. They'll play Indiana. Penn State should be 3, compared to Maryland's 3, with Maryland's loss and Penn State's win today. Regardless of the head-to-head, because Penn State beat Rutgers and Rutgers just beat Maryland. And Penn State has one more win than the Terps, 3-5, compared to 2-3. So Penn State's either going to play Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. More so, probably just Minnesota or Wisconsin, but it could be Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. And then Maryland's going to play one of those 2 as well. That'll be next week for Big Ten Champions League. We'll get more details later on, still to come, of course. So just be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. But today, Penn State with a 39-25 win over the visiting Michigan State Spartans to recapture, hold on to the Land Grant Trophy. 2 straight wins now over Go Green, Go White. Peyton Thorne, he was a thorn in Penn State's defensive side early in the first half with 3 touchdowns. But he finished the game 22-39 for 325, 3 picks, or 3 touchdowns, and an interception that Penn State returned and then fumbled as well. So that was the only turnovers, and that was on the first drive of the game. Penn State early had settled for field goal. Penalties were killing them. They couldn't stop the pass. Michigan State led 21-10 at the half. However, Michigan State, Simmons led the way, rushing 14 carries for 72 yards, whereas Penn State as a team had 40 carries for 119 yards. Sean Clifford had 9 carries for 48 yards and a score. Will Levis had 15 carries for 36 yards and a score. And Kevon Lee had 12 carries for 31 yards. Penn State ran the ball better than Michigan State, but for Penn State, at least for myself, everybody has their own opinion, still wasn't consistent enough. Penn State still needs a consistent running game, as do Pittsburgh Steelers. Hopefully that'll come tomorrow night on the road. Sunday football against the Buffalo Bills. Naylor had 6 catches for 100 yards and 2 scores for Michigan State. Reed had 6 catches for 76 yards. Dotson 3 of 48. Mosley had 3 catches for 30 yards. Morgan 1 of 26 and a touchdown. Gervin had 1 catch for 20 yards. Hunt 1 of 17. And Collins out of the backfield. Elijah Collins, who, along with Simmons, did the most work on the ground game. As Connor Hayward only had 5 carries for 10 yards. I don't know if he's injured by any means or just they weren't playing him, but Collins also had to catch out of the backfield. Penn State passing, Clifford was 17 of 27 for 232 and 2 touchdowns. Penn State did not turn the ball over. They did, but they didn't. The fumble was on an interception return that Michigan State kept. It was first down and then a quick 3-and-out right after. Penn State scored on their opening drive. Penalty, took the 7 off the board, settled for field goal. It was 3-0, 7-3. And then 10-7, 21-10, the half. And then in the second half, Penn State shut out the Michigan State Spartans 29-3. As midway through the third quarter to midway through the fourth quarter, almost a full quarter there, they had 3 very fast drives that resulted in a total of 21 points, actually 22 because they went for 2 on the 1, which going back to that at that point in time wasn't, in my opinion at least, the right thing to do, but they went for it, got it, just because if they go for it, don't get it, it's 24-16 or 21-16. Like I said, Michigan State kicks field goal like they did, and that was their last points. Okay, you're down 8, you need a touchdown and 2 then to tie it at 24, but you scored from the 10-16, you got the 2, then you scored again, tied at 24, up 25-24, scored again, and then scored again. And that's your final score, 39-24. So yeah, Sean Clifford was 17-27, had 232 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. Levis was perfect, 3-3, 54 yards. He also, as mentioned, had 15 carries for 36 yards on the ground and a touchdown. So 2 passing touchdowns from Clifford, 1 rushing touchdown from Clifford. Levis also had a rushing touchdown. So yeah, Clifford 17-17, or 17-27, 232 and 2 scores. Levis 3-3 for 54 yards. Clifford on the ground had 9 carries for 48 yards and a touchdown. Levis 15 carries for 36 yards and a touchdown. Kevon Lee 12 carries for 31 yards. Still need to be more consistent on the run game though. Running the football. Because especially next week, depending on who they play, and then in the bowl game potentially as well, they're going to have to find a running game. It wasn't there, or it was there today, but just wasn't as good as what it's been the past few games after finally finding it after starting out 0-5. But then Penn State receiving, Jahan Dotson had 8 catches for $108. Bretton Strange, 3 catches for 45 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 3 catches for 24 yards as well for him. And then Kevon Lee, 2 catches for 14 yards out of the backfield. However, Parker Washington had a monster day, 4 catches, 95 yards, and both passing touchdowns from Sean Clifford. 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half. And, I mean, if they're going to run a 2-quarterback system, a 2-3-headed, running back group in the backfield, and then have a good, strong 2 deep, potentially 3 receivers with Dotson and Washington leading the way. Yeah, losing Pat Frymuth has hurt. They did go to Brenton Strange, though, a little bit more today, which was a good sign at tight end. Like I said earlier, they're around the corner now. They got over the hump that they were in at 0-5. And they've won three straight. They're 3-5. We'll see who they play next week. As it will either be, once again, either Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa, I do believe. So, of course, as well, that's still not updated, even with Maryland's lost 2-3 now. So maybe they will stay in 4th spot and play still one of the 3. I don't know. We'll see. Because we don't know any details by any means whatsoever with Big Ten Champions Week next week. Nothing. The Big Ten has not announced whether or not teams will have a home game, or if they'll have to go on the road, or it'll be a neutral site. What times the games are going to be, what day of the week the games are going to be on. Nothing. We know nothing right now. So, right now the Big Ten standings are in the East, because the East is done for the regular season before Big Ten Champions Week and then the bowl game. It's Ohio State, Indiana, Maryland, Penn State, Rutgers, Michigan, and then Michigan State. And then in the West, it's Northwestern, who will play Ohio State next week for the Big Ten title. Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Purdue, Illinois, and Nebraska. So Michigan State's going to play Nebraska. Michigan's going to play Illinois. Rutgers in a rematch with Purdue. That will be a good game. Penn State right now, head-to-head with Wisconsin. So it looks like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, one of those 3 teams once again for the Nittany Lions next week. Whether it's here, there, somewhere in between. Maybe we'll play at the Callahan Auto Plant. And then Iowa, Indiana with Minnesota, Maryland again. So we'll see how it unfolds. I'm sure they're not going to make anything official until this Wisconsin-Iowa game goes final in a couple hours. But that's it for Week 8 of this shortened, condensed, conference-only 8-game schedule for the Big Ten. with Penn State defeating Michigan State once again 39-25 and finishing the regular season at 3-5 after starting out 0-5, winning 3 straight now. At Michigan, at Rutgers, and at home today in the battle for the Land-Grant Trophy against the Michigan State Spartans. We got Iowa leading at home against Wisconsin Badgers by 3, first quarter. Navy and Army from West Point will put on ABC once again with North Carolina, Miami. As the Tar Heels lead the Canes 7-3 midway through the opening quarter. So, it does look like Herbie got to South Beach in time. That's why I was laughing there a little bit ago at the start of the game when College Game Day was still on before kickoff with Michigan State Penn State. He left the set early, and then he was making his picks from a helicopter en route to the airport to get on a plane to fly to Miami for this North Carolina-Miami game that's underway right now. Rather than a 7:30 USC-UCLA game on ABC tonight, him and Fowler have Carolina and the Canes in the ACC, 3:30 now on ABC. But no, we'll at least have one more Penn State Live reaction stream. Hopefully it's next week with Big Ten Champions Week, and then hopefully it'll be one more after that with the bowl game. So technically then 3, with, as we can barely see with Navy and Army, it's like fog. Like you cannot see a damn thing. It's always like this. It's either like rain or snow or fog. It's like you can't even see right in front of you, for God's sakes. But no, I have a plan. I have an idea, as mentioned earlier a few times, that if in fact today was the last Penn State game of the season, they're not going to have Big Ten Champions Week next week, or even have Penn State get to a bowl game. We'll close out the college football season for Penn State on a high note with some more live reactions play at a to-be-determined date. Of course, just with how the NFL is going right now and the regular season, going to wind down here next few weeks when the playoffs beginning before Super Bowl 5. We'll get to it when we get to it, but believe me, I promise you that we'll do another Penn State Live reaction stream, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 by the end of the season. So on to the Big Ten Champions Week. The Big Ten Championship game will be Ohio State Northwestern. If Ohio State wins, you would think they're going to make the eligible playoff, but maybe not. We'll see. If they lose, they're for sure out. That's going to open the door for somebody else. Northwestern's going to give them a run for their money, but Ohio State's one of the best teams in all the land. So I would think the Buckeyes are going to roll next weekend. But that's, then. We'll get there when we get there. So, week 2, figure out what the hell's going on for the Big Ten Champions Week, for all the other teams in the conference that the Big Ten, came up with to give everybody, if you get to it, a 9th game. And the only 3 teams that are getting to a 9th game are Penn State, Rutgers, and Iowa, because they played a full 8-game regular season schedule for this shortened 8-game conference-only season. So, for the most part right now, after Penn State defeated Michigan State once again 39-25 today in battle for the Land-Grant Trophy once again, Penn State next week for the most part is either going to be playing Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa, and hopefully tomorrow or even on Monday we'll have more details on that. So be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube. That'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. This afternoon, thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play of Michigan State. Penn State Nittany Lions with a 39-24 victory over Sparty as they win 3 straight, get to 3-5, hopefully 4-5, and then 5-5 if they get to a bowl game and win that as well by the end of the month, by the end of the year. But hopefully everyone's doing well, staying safe. But as always, thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button, share. Hopefully we'll tune back in tomorrow as well for more live reactions, play. This time around, of course, with the NFL. Easiest way to stay up to date is just liking, following, and subscribing on social media. Links in the description below. That red subscribe button, little notify bell next to it as well, so you can be notified when we're live right here on YouTube, so you can tune in and watch live reactions, play-by-play, with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. But for now, Penn State with a win, 39-24 over Michigan State before Big Ten Champions Week next week, with an unknown opponent at this point in time, but it's more so than not probably going to either be Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa once again. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Penn State with the win over Michigan State today. So we are Penn State.